and the 8 recognized planets that form our solar system. Jupiter, the grandest of all the Sun's planets, a gas giant so large every other planet could easily fit inside its vast bulk. Jupiter has 67 moons, 4 of them being large terrestrial moons. Jupiter is a virtual mini-solar system within the Sun's own solar system. A new theory suggests Jupiter may once have been a minor star in its own right, originally locked in a binary-like relationship with the Sun, with only the small planet Mercury present at that time amongst the other 7 planets that we see in the solar system today. This theory suggests that before the arrival and capture of at least 5 other alien planets, Jupiter orbited the Sun as a brown dwarf star, its position much closer into the Sun than it is today, in an orbit that placed it well within the Sun's habitable zone, and made possible the idea that at least 3 of Jupiter's current ice moons may have once been warm liquid water worlds, spectacularly conducive to the existence of life as we know it. As outlandish as this theory sounds to mainstream scientific thinking, the idea that Jupiter and its neighboring gas giant Saturn may be failed stars is not new. More than a few scientists have speculated that both planets share similar characteristics with brown dwarf stars, a class of substellar object that is believed to have not accumulated enough mass in its core to spark the nuclear fusion reaction supposedly needed to transform them into stars like our Sun, or so the theory goes. Yet Jupiter, and Saturn for that matter, both display undeniable star-like qualities not expected of planets. Both radiate more energy than they receive from the Sun. Jupiter displays intense aurora activity at both poles, as does Saturn. Jupiter is warmer at its poles than at its equator, as is Saturn. Jupiter emits X-rays and radio waves, a trait of regular stars and brown dwarf stars. Saturn's rings have been seen to fairly crackle with electrical activity on occasion, and both planets are very fast rotators, like the Sun. All this suggests that both Jupiter and Saturn share more in common with the formation of brown dwarf stars than they do with the accepted model of planetary formation, which claims all planets are accreted fragments of inert dust and gases found in a star's primordial circumstellar disk. In fact, so unexpectedly star-like are these 2 planets that, on closer inspection, their physical and dynamic compositions are obviously at odds with the accretion disk model, a model that mainstream science says is responsible for the diverse and oddly different physical makeups of the 8 known planets that currently orbit the Sun. A comparison between Jupiter and a brown dwarf star can serve to illustrate the feasibility of such an assessment, that is, that Jupiter may have started out life as a brown dwarf, and that this brown dwarf may have enjoyed a much closer and warmer relationship to the Sun in times past. Brown dwarf stars are difficult objects for scientists to classify. Being much cooler than main sequence stars like our Sun, they are hard to detect in the outer reaches of space when using standard optical astronomy equipment. To the naked eye, a brown dwarf star does not look brown at all. In fact, it will most likely appear as a cool red or glowing magenta-colored body due to the spectrum of light it produces, and be enveloped with a turbulent, dense, gaseous atmosphere very similar to a gas giant planet. The sizes of brown dwarf stars also pose a problem to many scientists. There is debate as to when an object stops being a gas giant planet and becomes a brown dwarf star. A contributing factor to this problem is the confusion often generated by mistaking mass for volume. A brown dwarf star may appear to be roughly the size of the planet Jupiter, but hold much more mass or material, while on the other hand, a different brown dwarf star may appear to be hugely larger or more voluminous than a planet like Jupiter, but be only the same size in terms of its material mass. A solution to this problem can be illustrated by the size of Jupiter's own intrinsic magnetosphere, which is the most powerful within the solar system. So large is Jupiter's magnetosphere that if it was rendered as an opaque glowing object in our night sky, it would appear to us to be the size of our full moon. Jupiter's magnetosphere is, of course, transparent, an electrical consequence of its position within the Sun's even more massive magnetosphere, commonly called the heliosphere. However, if Jupiter were placed outside of the influence of the Sun's heliosphere, that is, into the reaches of interstellar space, where most free-floating brown dwarf stars are found, its magnetosphere would most likely take on more opaque properties, especially when spotted by optical telescopes. The effect would be to massively increase the visible size of Jupiter without increasing its mass. Probably the most startling effect of this hypothetical scenario is that Jupiter's 4 major rocky moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede and Callisto, would all be optically hidden inside this opaquely glowing magnetosphere. Effectively, if Jupiter's energy output was scaled up to that of a brown dwarf star, then its moons would essentially take on the status of being planets, planets that are encapsulated inside this cocoon-like bubble that would optically hide them from the greater cosmos. That brown dwarf stars might have their own planets is a concept contradicted by modern scientific models for planetary formation. Theoretically, there is simply not enough material or mass in a brown dwarf star's circumstellar disk to allow for planetary formation by accretion. That is according to current thinking. Yet, in a sensational and recent development, 3 Earth-like planets have been found orbiting the star TRAPPIST-1 some 40 light-years away. As already noted, because most brown dwarf stars glow in the cooler spectrum, they are very difficult to spot by optical means. The use of radio and infrared astronomy techniques are better suited to spotting brown dwarfs, but the powerful magnetospheres surrounding these objects can disguise their true size and mass, and may be hiding many terrestrial-like moons from observers. According to the electric universe model, it is most likely that a plasma bubble or a plasma sheath will form around the magnetosphere of an interstellar brown dwarf star, making it even more difficult to assess its actual size and mass, and also adding to the opaqueness surrounding such an object and any moons orbiting it. Because the electric universe model accepts the existence of electrical fields in space, it is perfectly feasible that plasma, a fourth state of matter that makes up over 95% of the visible universe, will form a protective sheath around any electrically charged free-floating object in space. This protective plasma sheath will take on variable opaque properties when electrically excited by the divergences in interstellar electrical fields, and this will add to the visible size of the object it is surrounding. This is in accordance with Irving Langmuir's discoveries in the electrical sciences and the nature of plasma, and it helps explain the observable variances between the sizes and masses of brown dwarf stars. According to electric universe principles, we actually see this effect in action when lesser electrically charged comets enter into the Sun's own stronger electrical field from the depths of space and begin to glow brightly while seemingly massively increasing in size. Mainstream science outrightly rejects this and claims this is the effect of sublimating ice from the comet's surface as the Sun's light heats it up. However, electric universe theory points to cometary fireworks as being electrical in nature, as the comet's overwhelmed electrical field reacts to the Sun's far stronger electrical output, the so-called solar wind. In short, the growing number of large brown dwarf stars and so-called rogue gas giants sighted in interstellar space are most likely plasma-sheathed objects with large, dense and fast-rotating cores at their centers, and possibly come complete with one or more moons orbiting those cores, but all hidden within the encapsulating plasma bubble. Again, if we were to render Jupiter's magnetosphere opaque, then all its own major moons would be hidden from us within this vast bubble. Jupiter, for all intents and purposes, would take on the look of any brown dwarf star known to exist today. A curious factor in the ongoing search for exosolar systems like our own is that we have yet to discover an alien solar system even remotely configured like our own. Surprisingly, to mainstream science, our solar system appears to be the odd one out, and current theories that demand the formation of gas giant planets at orbital distances matching our own gas giants are increasingly shown to be inaccurate with the discovery of so-called hot Jupiters. Hot Jupiters are gas giant planets with orbits far too close to their host stars to have been formed according to the accepted theories of planetary formation. But there are now so many of these hot Jupiters being discovered that it begs the question as to whether these theories are valid. It actually suggests that gas giant planets are more likely to be found either in close orbit or at much greater distances than accepted accretion theory allows. As we have also seen, the boundary between what is a gas giant planet and what is a brown dwarf star is somewhat blurred. So it is likely that some of these so-called hot Jupiters circling in close orbit to their host stars may, in fact, be brown dwarf stars. So, if Jupiter had started out life as a brown dwarf star, is there a case to make that it would have likely enjoyed a closer orbital relationship to the Sun in its distant past than it does today? In order to explore this question further, one is asked to consider that a closer orbit for Jupiter in the distant past must surely call for the absence of many of the other planets that we now see sharing the solar system with Jupiter, including Earth. This is probably the most outlandish aspect to this new theory suggesting Jupiter's past as a brown dwarf star. So is there any evidence to support the absence of the other planets at the time Jupiter is postulated to have been locked in a binary relationship with the Sun as a brown dwarf star? The current axial tilts of the planets orbiting the Sun today may offer an answer to this question. The solar system as we know it comprises 8 planets. 4 are rocky terrestrial bodies, with the remaining 4 being gas giants. Many of these planets have singular or collections of moons orbiting them. Of the 8 recognized planets, only 2 share an axial tilt in common with the Sun, that is, an upright celestial north-south orientation. They are the small close-in planet Mercury and the gas giant Jupiter. 4 of the planets, Saturn, Neptune, Earth and Mars, all share axial tilts of roughly between 23 degrees and 28 degrees, something that is completely at odds with the accepted accretion disk theory of planetary formation and indicates a separate origin for these planets to that of Jupiter and Mercury. One planet, Uranus, is oddly placed on its side with a tilt that points along its orbital path. This may indicate a past catastrophic event that knocked the gas giant on its side, or it may also indicate a separate origin to the other planets. Its bizarre orientation is also at odds with the accepted mainstream accretion disk theory. Most peculiar of the planets is Venus, an exceedingly hot planet that seems to have flipped on its axis and now actually spins in a retrograde fashion compared to the other planets. This once again is completely at odds with accretion disk theory. The boiling hot nature of Venus's surface indicates that it is a recently birthed planet compared to the other terrestrial planets, and not the result of the so-called runaway greenhouse theory. The point being stressed here, though, is that the Sun's current collection of planets does not necessarily conform to the accretion disk theory. Only two planets, Mercury and Jupiter, share a native axial tilt with the Sun. The remaining other planets do not. A startling question arises. Is it possible that our solar system is, in fact, a collection of original native planets catastrophically displaced by the later arrival of a group of captured rogue planets? Is there possibly a period in our solar system's ancient history when the planets Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Mars, Venus, and even Earth were nowhere to be seen, and Jupiter reigned supreme with the Sun? In observing other solar systems, we can see that gas giants often orbit closely to their host star, and that many of these so-called hot Jupiters may be brown dwarf stars, complete with their own collections of moons. If our solar system originally began with only Jupiter and Mercury as its original native planets, evidenced by their axial tilts being the same as the Sun's, then it would not be amiss to suggest that Jupiter may have shared the same orbital characteristics of many gas giant exoplanets being discovered today. The problem here is that many of these hot Jupiters are too close to their suns to suggest they or their moons might be habitable. They are simply too hot. However, there are a few gas giant exoplanets that have been discovered orbiting their host star in what is called the habitable zone, and these give hope to the theory that their moons may support the needed attributes for the emergence of life as we know it. Should closer inspection of these habitable zone gas giants prove them to be brown dwarf stars, that is something entirely possible given the blurred lines between gas giants and brown dwarfs, then the possibility of liquid water moons becomes enticingly likely. Brown dwarf stars are known carriers of water, sometimes copious amounts of water, so it is entirely likely that any moons orbiting them will accumulate a portion of this water. Such moons are likely to be ice moons due to the weak heat being emitted by their host brown dwarf. Ice moons like those we see today orbiting around Jupiter and Saturn. But if a brown dwarf star with water-saturated moons were ever to exist within the habitable zone of a main sequence star like our own Sun, then those moons would most likely have liquid water on their surfaces. In a hypothetical solar system comprising of only Mercury and Jupiter, the possibility that Jupiter's orbit may have been in the desired habitable zone is buttressed by the existence of such similar gas giant exosolar systems. If we assume also that Jupiter's current star-like characteristics make it a contender for having once been a brown dwarf, then it is entirely plausible that at least one of its moons had all the necessary ingredients for the supporting of life as we know it. That moon is called Ganymede. Ganymede is Jupiter's largest moon. It is, in fact, the largest moon in the solar system, almost being the size of Mars. The amount of water on Ganymede dwarfs the amount of water on Earth. It is a moon with a global ocean, an ocean that has turned to ice due to Jupiter's current far-out orbit beyond the solar system's frost line. But what makes Ganymede particularly interesting are the two things it has that no other terrestrial body in the solar system has, with the exception of Earth. Ganymede has oxygen, and it has an intrinsic magnetosphere. The second of these characteristics, its intrinsic magnetosphere, is an essential ingredient in protecting any life that may have existed on Ganymede due to the intense brown dwarf star-like radiation put out by Jupiter even to this day. Life on Earth as we know it is superbly protected from harmful cosmic and solar radiation by its thick water and oxygen atmosphere and strong intrinsic magnetosphere. Only Ganymede, of all the known terrestrial planets and moons in our current solar system, also has these two essential factors for supporting life as we know it. Today, Ganymede's surface oxygen is more an exosphere than an atmosphere, too thin to provide the kind of protection Earth's own oxygen does today. But its natively induced magnetosphere is plenty powerful enough to vastly reduce the harmful effects of Jupiter's high radiation output compared to the other Jovian moons. Europa, another possible source for alien life locked away in the depths of its own ice-covered ocean, suffers a lack of atmospheric oxygen. The same applies to the moons Io and Callisto. Io is a volcanic moon with no water, while Callisto, which has water and is safely outside of Jupiter's intense radiation belt, has no intrinsic magnetosphere to counter cosmic and solar radiation on its surface. Callisto would also be too far out to benefit from Jupiter's warming if that planet were a brown dwarf. Only Ganymede has all the ingredients, making it a contender for supporting life as we know it. Unfortunately, it is today too cold to support life on its icy surface. But what of the past? What of the idea that Jupiter may have once been a warm, glowing brown dwarf star in a much closer orbit to the Sun than it is today? Under such hypothetical circumstances, Ganymede becomes the best contender beyond Earth itself for the sustaining of life as we know it. Ganymede, with its global ocean, would have been a literal water world, safely preserved inside its own intrinsic magnetosphere, its atmosphere thicker and much more richly endowed with life-giving oxygen, and warmed by the twin heat of the Sun and Jupiter. Dubbed the antique solar system by the authors of Cosmos and Collision, this configuration involving the life-inducing and sustaining properties of the Sun and its binary brown dwarf Jupiter, along with the liquid water world of Ganymede, may have existed in harmony for untold aeons. That is, until the arrival of another rogue brown dwarf star with its own set of alien planets, an event that would disrupt and catastrophically rearrange the solar system into the diverse and contradictory collection of planets we see today. If this was, in fact, our solar system's past, then it strongly suggests that the search for life beyond Earth should start with the Jovian moon we call Ganymede. An important element to the Ganymede hypothesis is the idea that solar systems are formed from the polar jets of what we call Herbig-Haro objects, and not out of the circumstellar disks of dust and gases surrounding many stars, as accepted accretion theory insists. A Herbig-Haro object is a category of axially aligned celestial objects centered around young protostars that are seen to be emitting vastly long polar aligned jets of plasma along their axes of spin. Along the length of these jets can be seen what are believed to be beads or bubbles of plasma. While it is currently not known exactly what might be inside these so-called beads, their sizes and nature indicate to proponents of the electric universe model that these beads might be areas of intense electromagnetic activity, and therefore possible areas for planetary formation. Mainstream science claims a Herbig-Haro object's polar-aligned jets are simply pressure-induced hot gases being spurted out into space by their protostar in the same way a garden hose spurts out a stream of water. However, the garden hose analogy fails when one realizes that gases under pressure dissipate almost instantaneously in the near vacuum of space, and simply cannot maintain the physical integrity as seen in these vastly long streaming jets that typify Herbig-Haro objects. According to the electric universe model, only the filamentary nature of electrically charged plasma, as seen in countless color-enhanced images of space, can account for the nature of the so-called gas jets we see being emitted from the polar regions of protostars that make up Herbig-Haro objects. This is because these so-called jets are, in reality, powerful Birkeland currents, the plasma-conducted currents of electrical energy that permeate space and which were first discovered over 100 years ago by the Norwegian scientist Christian Birkeland. According to electric universe principles, the protostar seen at the center of Herbig-Haro objects forms as the result of a Z-pinch taking place along an existing Birkeland current. This is actually a type of short-circuiting that is taking place, and not the result of gases imploding under their own weight to trigger nuclear fusion reactions. Most stars can be seen clearly placed along the filamentary strings of plasma that show up in enhanced space images. Subsequently, stars are to be understood as electrostatic phenomena according to the electric universe model, and a Birkeland current that undergoes a Z-pinch will produce this kind of effect along with powerfully attractive magnetic fields capable of sucking vast amounts of heavy elements into its core. The subsequent plasma beads seen forming further along both the north and south stretches of this Birkeland current are simply lesser Z-pinches, but are still areas capable of generating intense magnetic fields, and therefore able to also concentrate heavy element matter into their centers to form the kind of protocores needed to form planets and brown dwarf stars. As stated earlier, while it is not currently known what is inside these plasma beads, the authors of Cosmos in Collision believe protoplanets and proto-brown dwarfs can and are being created by this process. At some stage in the Herbig-Haro object's life, the highly active Birkeland current that has formed the central protostar and the series of plasma beads along its length will break. When this happens, the protostar is electrically severed from the plasma beads seen along the length of its jets and severed from any object that may have formed inside these plasma beads. The jets will disappear, effectively leaving a series of independent celestial objects strung out from each other along their original axis of spin. That is, a series of axially aligned celestial objects that will range from the main protostar at the center of the Herbig-Haro object to possible brown dwarfs, gas giant planets, and even terrestrial planetary bodies. Because all these bodies originally shared the same axial spin and direction of motion while joined by an active Birkeland current, they will continue to proceed through space in roughly the same direction, though at different speeds and increasingly different axial tilts. The protostar at the center of the Herbig-Haro object will now most likely travel fastest along its original celestial northerly course, where it will eventually catch up to any planetary body or brown dwarf that may have formed in the plasma beads of its northern jet. Upon catching up to these bodies, the protostar will force these planets or brown dwarfs into an orbital relationship with itself, something that may slow its northerly progress in the process. Any southerly planets or brown dwarfs formed in the protostar's southern plasma jet will, though severed from their protostar, also continue a northerly journey in the nominal slipstream of the protostar and, at a later date, also be captured by the protostar as they catch up to it, thanks to the protostar having been slowed by its previous capture of the northern bodies. In this way, a protostar formed at the center of a Herbig-Haro object is destined to collect to itself any celestial bodies previously formed by Z-pinches in its polar jets. The process of collecting these disparate bodies will be catastrophic and induce highly destructive changes in the electrical status of any planets or brown dwarf stars that form as a part of a Herbig-Haro object. Eventually, however, the process will see all the involved bodies electrically equalize and settle into a stable orbital configuration. Eventually. In the case of the Ganymede hypothesis, our Sun is postulated to have started life as a protostar, or proto-sun, at the center of its own Herbig-Haro object. Strung out along the powerful Birkeland current that formed our protosun were a range of planets and brown dwarf stars. The planets Jupiter and Mercury, including Jupiter's moons, formed in the plasma beads of the protosun's northern jet, while the planets Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Mars and Earth formed in the plasma beads of the protosun's southern jet. It is most likely that at this time both the planets Jupiter and Saturn originally formed as brown dwarf stars, complete with their own collection of moons and planets. At some point, the protosun's powerful Birkeland current failed and the protosun was electrically severed from its future planets. Continuing along its northern course, the protosun eventually captured and collected the planet Mercury, and then the brown dwarf Jupiter along with Jupiter's 4 moons. This became the basis of the antique solar system as discussed by the authors of Cosmos and Collision, in which Jupiter's moons may have once been liquid water worlds highly conducive to life as we know it. At a much later date, the gas giant planet now known as Uranus caught up to the protosun's antique solar system and was catastrophically captured by the Sun, the result being Uranus knocked on its side and left in the bizarre orientation we see it in today. At an even much later date, the brown dwarf Saturn, along with the planets Neptune to its north and Mars and Earth to its south, caught up to the Sun, and via a series of catastrophic encounters was also eventually captured. This highly destructive epoch in our solar system's history saw a catastrophic rearrangement of all planets involved in this process as they electrically discharged and equalized with the Sun, and even saw the birth of a new planet that would later be called Venus, as the brown dwarf Saturn fissioned spectacularly and ejected a piece of its core under intense electrical stress from the Sun's much more powerful electrical field. These catastrophic events are the origins of world mythology, witnessed by humanity and recorded for posterity. Over time, both Jupiter and Saturn were reduced to gas giant status and pushed to the outer realms of the Sun's new solar system, while the terrestrial planets collected at much closer orbits, with the Earth finding itself fortuitously placed in the Sun's habitable zone, where it is today.
Where he was.
And if somebody paid $25 for a copy of the book and that's all he read, then he would know what I was talking about, right? I mean, it's like he would get a hell of a lot. He would get his money's worth from those first 40 pages. Okay. Now, the rest of the book is interesting. I'm not saying like just read the first 40 pages and then toss the book or something. No. I mean, this is a neat book, but the book is very much better organized, and it's very much, it has there's only one or two little things left, which you might call compromises, right? Whereas that book we published 10 or 11 years ago had a list of compromises, the most major of which was the black and white images, right? The images in this book almost have to be in color. Okay, so I mean, this is very much better done than the previous book. I don't know if
Sounds good. Let us know. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
Greg,
gonna check it out for sure.
Greg, do you have a copy of the new book?
I don't think I do.
Okay, I tell you what, it's like it'll take about a week. I've got to order a new set of authors' copies, right? But I mean, I only pay about $12 a piece for those. So let me, when I get that in, let me send you one of those. Okay, it's
Oh
like,
yeah, I can read it online too.
yeah. Well, it's I could.
If
It's
you
a
want
little
to
bit.
send me one, that'd be great.
Yeah, I could send you that first. You know that first section. I've made that into a separate PDF file. I could send you that, and that would go with an email. Okay, the book is about 255 pages.
All
Okay.
right. So let's hear some of it. Just go through it, and I'll just listen.
Right. The most major things that you're going to see in the news in the new book, and that's that first section, you know, the section called Basic Ideas, are that I've had to jettison a couple of the ideas that I inherited. Right. In other words, Troy and I were assuming that the sun was between the two dwarf star systems. That doesn't work. In other words, you've got this transfer of humans and dolphins and aquatic mammals from Ganymede to Earth, and that doesn't work because you've got a main sequence star sitting in between the two dwarf star systems, right? The sun has to be on one side of the thing. So what I'm assuming is that you've got, like, from left to right, starting. I'm hearing some funny noise there.
What is that? A
Andy,
demon?
what am I hearing? Andy?
What the heck was that? It sounded like a crazy.
Oh, you should be right now. That's just my truck. So keep going, Teddy. I'm you. But there's one thing I will say, Ted. With that, when you're talking humans and dolphins with your water bridge, you probably can expand that to most things that are daylight type, smaller-eyed creatures like us.
Okay.
So all your nighttime, that do their work of the night, well, they're probably from that old
Let me
system.
run something by.
Under your hypothesis, they're probably because they don't have the brightness that we have from where we've come from. Yeah.
Okay, look, it's like you had I'm fairly certain that the Portuguese Azores were going to be the sub-Saturn point on Earth, you know, during the Saturnian configuration, during the time of the Shamish alignment. Okay, the highest point of land in the Atlantic Ocean is Pico Island in the Portuguese Azores. I believe that Pico Island was the sub-Saturn point. Okay, now if you go on Google Earth and spin, you know, if you bring Pico Island to the center of your image and then just spin the image around, you know, grab one corner of it and turn it around 180 degrees, right? Then what you see is the Pacific void. You see it's just all water, right? What you see at that point is the Pacific void, and first humans would have splashed down. Now, they were fortunate that they had dolphins and other, you know, aquatic mammals splashing down with them. Let me tell you what I think happened. You had what's the word I want? Symbiotic relationships amongst aquatic mammals prior, you know, in those days. Okay, both before and after this transfer event. The dolphins and the sea creatures that splashed down into the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you know, like with the humans, would have very quickly realized the humans were not going to survive in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And, you know, they issued a distress call. They said, whales, anything that can, you know, that humans could ride on. So you've got a large number of humans floating around here in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. They're not going to make it on their own. Need to be taken to the nearest point of dry land, which would have been Australia, right? Now, you have what is called an out of Australia theory, which says the evidence indicates that modern humans did not come from Australia, or from Africa rather. In other words, the evidence indicates it came from Australia. The Ganymede hypothesis is totally compatible with an out of Australia theory that says that Australia would have been the first place that you had modern humans. That's the reason why, okay? When you had this first approach between, the Saturnian system and this Jupiter system, Jovian system, then everything in our system was on a straight line, right? I mean, these Birkeland currents are straight and the Herbig-Haro strings are straight. I mean, none of these Herbig-Haro strings that you see in space have any kind of a 26-degree bend in them, okay? So at first, before this transfer event, you had, and this is what you would have had to have had, there's no way that you could have this transfer of humans and dolphins from Ganymede to Earth if you had, like the Saturnian system approaching the Jovian system on a spiral, as Troy and Eduardo Cardona had originally pictured. Okay, it had to be dead straight. And it was dead straight, okay? Now, when you have this first transfer event, when you have this first near collision between the Saturnian system and the Jovian system, then you have this transfer of humans and dolphins. I assume it's via a water bridge, which is what Don Scott proposed. It could have been by some other method involving a Birkeland current and water. It could have been some kind of a maelstrom, created by the Birkeland current between the Earth and Ganymede once they got close enough together like that. And you had some kind of a water phenomenon took place, some kind of a water event took place, via which most likely a water bridge like you see on YouTube, experiments, right? Most likely a water bridge. People ask me, well, how are these guys going to breathe in the middle of a water bridge? Well, I mean, there could easily have been air pockets in the water bridge. And then you've got to understand that these people were spending most of their lives in water, right? So they were probably capable of holding their breath considerably longer than any of us would be able to. Okay, so I mean, I don't know exactly. I mean, to know for sure, you'd have to have a time machine, and I keep watching eBay for time machines. So far, nothing, right? So you have to use logic, and you have to use the available evidence, right? The available evidence says that some kind of a water event took place. You had a transfer of humans and dolphins from Ganymede to Earth, and the dolphins and any other whales or anything like that that would have transferred with the humans had contacted other whales and whatever there was in the middle of the Pacific Ocean that could carry the humans on off to Australia, right, the nearest point of dry land. And I think it would have also.
Before you go any further, if you have a look on Google Earth, you'll see where there's shelf off Australia, and it was basically once a landmass all the way to New Zealand, right? So if you had that water bridge event, of course, that would be part of one of the floods, which caused all those lands in the Pacific and that to go underwater, right? So if you have a look, you'll see where those shelves are and how they all interconnect, and you could also say one of the reasons the Pacific's like it is now is basically because of our moon, which keeps that water at a higher level than when you get up, around your equator. So I would say that, your Pacific Island, but I would also say that a lot of that was possibly land mass at the time of that occurring, right? And then, of course, all that moisture would turn it into what we've got now.
Okay, like I say, I believe for starters that you've got the sub-Saturn point is going to be Pico Island, and then, the splashdown point would be exactly opposite Pico Island, which would be more or less the center of the Pacific void, right? Which is what we see now. At any rate, that's the transfer event. Now, when you have this transfer event, you had like, you know, you would think that the Saturnian system might have just kept going and crashed into Ganymede and these other Jovian moons, right? But it didn't happen. It's like the Saturnian system recoiled and bounced back and away from the Jovian system. And this is probably like, you know, same electromagnetic potential, okay? And you had a situation which was like a train wreck, only there was no real crash. They didn't crash into each other, but you had the electromagnetic equivalent of that, right? And you had like the situation that you get with the train wreck where you get like the engines crash together, and then cars behind the engines cannot keep going forward. It's like the way forward is blocked, so they go outwards, right? So you get angles. And I believe that that's what you've got, right? It's like when the after this transfer event and after this you know, bounce back that you had of the Saturnian system, they have the Saturnian system no longer on the line of the original Herbig-Haro string as it had been. It's off to one side of that line, that center line for the system, and it's at a 26-degree angle, right? So that eventually, and this probably took a span of some tens of thousands of years, right? It might have been 30, 40, 50, 60,000 years. I don't know, right? But it's like you had a second approach. And when you had this second approach, because it was offset from the center line, it was, and because it was this, you know, the Herbig-Haro, the whole string was turning, you know, rotating on its own axis the way the planets do, then the Saturnian system was going to approach the Jovian system on a spiral, okay? And when you had this next this next point of intersection, then you didn't get this bounce away. It's like, you know, the Saturnian system flew past Ganymede, it flew past the other Galilean moons, it flew past Jupiter, and the Earth and Mars got wrapped up in this Jupiter-Venus alignment, you know, because Venus was in existence by that time, okay? And the two larger bodies, Saturn and Neptune, kept going. They flew past Jupiter and around, okay, so that you have this entanglement between Jupiter and Saturn at this point, and you have this war between, you know, Jupiter and Saturn. But you also had the beginning of this post-Diluvian Jupiter, Venus, Mars, Earth alignment, which is what David Talbot and F. Cochran have been seeing now. You know, the impression I get is that like this picture of this whole thing that the Thunderbolts group has presented, which shows, which they claim is like Saturn, Venus, Mars, and Earth, right? And they claim that Velikovsky was wrong, that Venus would have arisen from Saturn and not from Jupiter. They're wrong. You know, that's the hell of it. It's like, I believe this whole thing was created from, and this is a big deal, right? You know, they never investigated axis tilts, but, you know, Troy and I just very quickly came to the conclusion that the two major pieces of evidence that you have are going to be planetary axis tilts, number one, and then relative eye sizes, number two, right? The creatures from this dark southern, from the Saturnian cosmos, will all have the same kinds of huge eyes. You know, all of the hominids, all of the dinosaurs, leftover creatures, owls, tarsiers, bush babies, lemurs, all of these things have the huge eyes that you would expect from a very dark sort of a world, right? At any rate, I fault myself for not having picked this up 12 years ago, right? But when I was looking at this thing 12 years ago, it's not what I was looking for. Okay, and the wiki pages gave the axis tilts of Jupiter is about 3 point some odd degrees, and of Venus is about 177 point some odd degrees, and I didn't think any more of it, or I should have. because if you look at it, I finally figured this out before Wiki started giving on most of its pages now gives the axis tilt of Venus as 3 degrees, right? 3 point something. But what I finally figured out before this happened was that what you need to be looking at is the distance, the angular distance from perpendicular, right? And if you look at it that way, then even viewing the old way that Wiki used to present these axis tilts, with Jupiter it's 3 point some odd and Venus at 177 point something, then Venus and Jupiter have the exact same axis tilted within less than half a degree. Okay. Now that says that's real evidence, right? That has to trump any kind of evidence based on interpretation of the myth or interpretation of anything else, right? And then you've also got, like Thomas Morgan had described, you've got this retrograde spin of Venus, which I had assumed that Bob Bass was right about that. He wasn't. I mean, Bob Bass missed that as well. Bob Bass got that, claimed that was from entanglement with the Earth. But no, that's what you would get from Venus being ejected from the equatorial region of Jupiter. And that's like the same phenomenon you get when gears mesh and you get wheels spinning in opposite directions. I mean, that's what you would anticipate, right? But nonetheless, like I said, the fact that you've got the exact same axis tilts between Jupiter and Venus, and the fact that you've got another body in the Saturnian system, which is Neptune, that has the correct 26 point, roughly 26 degree axis tilt to have been part of the Shamash Saturnian alignment, says that the antediluvian alignment was like Saturn, Neptune, Mars, and Earth, and then you've got this Kepler event, you've got the flood, you've got all this stuff, right? And then after the flood, after this Kepler event, you've got like a post-diluvian Jupiter, Venus, Mars, Earth alignment, right? And that answers the mail for what David Talbot and Ev Cochran claimed to have been seeing all along, right? Now, David Talbot and Ev Cochran have both claimed that this alignment that they talk about was rapidly evolving, right? This Venus-Mars alignment, whereas for the vast bulk of the period of time that the Shamash-Saturnian alignment existed, it never evolved, right? I mean, they talk about Saturn never moving, right? They're taking up the same place in the sky at all times, right? So that's what I'm seeing. It's like I believe that the Thunderbolts group has to retrace a little bit. It's like they don't want to have, it would be much better for them to get their story straight now than to have 60 years go by and then have history of science books, ask, how in the world did they make a mistake like that? You understand what I'm saying? This is a big deal. This is a big mistake to have made. When you talk about the eye of, Venus being the eye of Ra, that says that Ra was Jupiter, was not Saturn. Okay. And what you're seeing is like a post-diluvian system, which went on for several centuries, whatever it was, before you have this, Venus, before you had Jupiter and Saturn both being taken away to the outer regions, right? And, leaving Mars, Venus, and Earth on orbits which had possible points of intersection. Okay. Does that make sense more or less? I mean,
hang on. Yeah, but Ted, I wouldn't be worried so much about the Thunderbolts now, because they're moving on too, and eventually they will come to similar, possibly, conclusions to you, but they'll probably use different terminologies, which will mean the same thing. That seems to be the way a lot of things are going. I hear more and more people now talking about Berkeley currents and things like that.
Right. Are they still talking about Herbig-Haro objects as if they were jets of material? Or have
No,
they-
no, I haven't heard them talking much about that for a while.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you know what I read, like on wiki pages or on some of the stuff, indicate are claims that that Herbig-Haro objects are jets, right? And they're not jets; they're Birkeland currents, where you have like the crossing, these pinch points, where the two currents cross, and where you have these electromagnetic pinches, which do have the power to agglomerate the plasma of space into stars. So and the images show these balls, these stars forming at those pinch points, right? And I mean, a jet is not going to have round balls here and there, like at the various points in a jet of material, right? And the other thing about a jet of material is it's going to dissipate in a hell of a hurry in the near vacuum of space. Okay, so I mean, the standard way that I've seen Herbig-Haro strings described in normal literature is just completely wrong. The only way it makes any sense is if Herbig-Haro objects are Birkeland currents with these stars forming up at the Z pinch or the electromagnetic pinch points. You've got other images which show the universe, which are becoming common now, which show the universe being electrical in nature, right? You've got that picture of this local supercluster of galaxies, which is called Laniakea. Okay, and Laniakea is obviously created, it's basically a lightning stroke, right? It's like, it looks exactly like an electrical breakdown like you get like with a lightning strike, and the whole thing is created by electricity. And this is like just this gargantuan image where you've got like every point of light in the image is a whole galaxy, not a whole star, right? And you've got the one little red dot in the picture which covers our Milky Way galaxy. I mean, that's an astonishing achievement, both of our new telescopes and our computer science, right? I mean, you could not have created anything like that with the computers that we had in the 1970s or the early 80s, right? I mean, you had to have modern computers to do things like that. At any rate, that's sort of like close to being the gist of what all,
And like you say, Ted, as you go through all of this, you find there's some system of universal design, isn't there?
Yeah.
Like, it can't just all happen by a fluke or by chance.
Right.
But there does seem to be some form of universal design within that whole system.
Yeah, that does. Look, let me tell you what I believe, Andy. I believe that humans are the apex creature of bright worlds, and that wherever you find bright worlds in the universe, you're likely to find humans. And I believe that like hominids and the Neanderthal and other hominids are the apex creature of dark worlds, like the Earth used to be 50,000 or 100,000 years ago. Okay, that wherever you find dark worlds like that, then you're likely to find hominids. Now, Walt Thornhill had said that the most likely place to find inhabited worlds was going to be inside the plasma heliosphere of these dwarf stars, right? And my reply was, like, yeah, that's probably true, but you're probably not going to like the people you'd meet in a place like that, right? Because you're going to regard you as dinner at any rate. So you've got that, right? Now I've been going out on Facebook and trying to promote this book of mine, right? And I've compiled a list of about 36 Facebook groups which have some relationship or some bearing on the kinds of material involved with the Ganymede hypothesis, right? To where me trying to say things on any of those groups is not just like spamming, okay? But the stuff that you see on these groups is astonishing, right? I mean, it's like, you're getting just an ocean of misinformation. You're getting all kinds of people looking for answers. And I've got some of the answers that they're looking for, but to try to get past the signal to noise ratio is not easy, right? In other words, I read claims that they want to talk about Nephilim and Anunnaki. Hey, Greg, I mean, are you familiar with the idea or with the term Anunnaki? Does that subject ever come up?
Yeah, I've heard the whole Sitchin thing. I've heard that, yeah.
Okay, now they talk about gold, right? And
Right.
they talk about Anunnaki coming here to Earth like thousands and thousands of years ago to force the humans to mine gold for them, okay? That's ridiculous. I mean, number one, anybody capable of interstellar travel would also be capable of manufacturing any amount of gold that they needed, right? It's like, there's a question as to what you might need gold for, right? But it's like, all it takes to manufacture gold is electricity. Now, you know that the Grand Canyon is an electrical scar. You've heard that idea, okay? And
Yes, of
like,
course. Yes, I have.
there's reasons for believing that. It's like the Grand Canyon is exactly what you would get, running a very powerful arc welder to rocky ground, right? It's like you've got the fractal topography. You've got the material is missing, right? It's like you've got this, they like to claim that the canyon was created by that little Colorado River running through the bottom of it. That's ridiculous. I mean, there would be some gargantuan pile of rubble and debris where the Colorado used to empty into the Pacific Ocean. There isn't any. The material from the canyon was vaporized and blasted into space. Okay, I mean that's why you don't find any material or anything like that. But nonetheless, what you do find in the neighborhood of the Grand Canyon is a lot of gold, right? I mean, you've got gold mines in and around and all through. And, nowadays they're not going to let anybody mine for gold in the canyon itself, but I mean, like 150 years ago, it probably was common. I know that, like I say, in the near neighborhood of the Grand Canyon, you've got gold mines. It used to be a flourishing sort of a thing. Okay. That's all. If you wanted to believe,
of course, the government takes over everything.
Right. If you didn't want to believe that, then you've got a problem. If you wanted to believe that the gold that we find near the surface of the Earth was indigenous, right? What was native to the Earth, then you've got a big problem, right? You've got to explain, like, why do we find any kind of heavy metals near the surface of the Earth instead of at the core? You would think that as the Earth was forming, all the heavy metals would have sank down to the center of the Earth, more or less. You see what I mean? So that logically, you figure any sort of heavy metals, uranium, gold, or whatever that you find near the surface, have either got to be from impact events, or they've got to be created by this electrical arcing that you used to have at various times. Okay. So, nobody ever came here for gold, right? Now, if you want to talk about coming here for anything, then you get back to this movie called Avatar, which shows people like spending 6 years in suspended animation as they travel to Proxima Centauri via a space vehicle powered by antimatter to obtain some unobtainium. Right now, the question, aside from being ridiculous, it's like, the question is there anything physical that you could bring back from Alpha Centauri which would justify the trip? The answer is no. The answer is that, like, there's nothing physical you could bring back from a trip to another star that would justify the expense, right? Now, what there is that you might want from another star system, the other thing is you'd be risking some sort of a disease that you had no immunity to. Either that or giving the Pandorans some kind of a disease that they had no immunity to. All kinds of problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing you might want from Pandora or from somewhere out in the Pleiades or something where the Anunnaki are supposed to come from would be information. Somebody on the Pleiades knows how to make a better tennis racket or a better shotgun or a better toilet than we know how to make. And you might like to have that information, right? You could corner the market. Okay.
What about Venus? How come it's in a retrograde orbit?
Okay, I mentioned that a little bit earlier, Greg. It's like the reason is because Venus was ejected from the equatorial region of Jupiter.
Right.
And as that happened, it was like the material of Venus was turning against material of Jupiter in such a way, like you would get with gears, right? You had the same kind of an action that you have when gears mesh, and it produced this retrograde spin as Venus was ejected. Okay, that's what you would anticipate. Now, this was like Thomas Morgan's impression, right? In the last year or two, for whatever reason, both my associates from across the blue water seem to have gone or fallen victim to the British healthcare system. Okay, Troy McLachlan is no longer with us, and I don't think Thomas Morgan is with us any longer either. Okay, I've had a couple of people tell me that Troy had died, right, in the last year and a half, and I have no way of getting in touch with any of his family or anything like that, right? I've not heard from him.
Do you have any cause, or nobody know? He was young.
No, he wasn't young. He was like 60 years old, something like that.
Well, that's young in my book.
Yeah, okay, that's young right now. I'm 77 right now, Greg. It's like
Yeah.
I would bet heavily against me being here 10 years hence.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, you don't know. You're pretty tough.
You know, that's. It's been a
65.
strange year. Yeah, I know. One thing I tell people is that, like, you know, Genghis Khan died at age 67 from falling off a horse. And, you know, you have like people talking about motorcycles being unsafe. If Genghis Khan had had a motorcycle, he'd have been, you know, he probably could have lived another 10 years. Okay, that no motorcycle ever shied from a snake crossing its path, or from somebody lighting a match, or from an engine backfiring, or, you know, it's like none of the things that you know, the grief that was involved with horses do motorcycles experience at any rate. So, you know, where my parents lived when I was a teenager, you had a girl that was constantly, you know, telling me about getting rid of the motorcycle, right? You know, you're going to die in that stupid thing. She was out there riding horses all the time. I said, you got to be kidding. You know, I mean, at any rate.
So, Ted, getting back to the Anunnaki. Now, the way I understand the Anunnaki is you had two brothers, and they were sent to Earth because they used the gold as an energy. And they created, now this is what I understand, they created humans as their slaves. Now, it took them a few processes to do it. And the two brothers had a bit of a fallout, and one of them had sex with the human, and that's what created us, modern humans.
Yeah.
And then you got all the stuff that goes on about, you know, what happened with them and all that. Now look, realistically, your Ganymede hypothesis is probably easier to put together and understand than that theory that they all like to run around with. Right?
Well, look, Andy, it's like my theory is basically kicking the can down the road a considerable distance as far as like where do humans come from originally, right? How did humans get to our system originally?
Yeah.
You know, what I believe the best shot that there is at understanding that kind of thing is going to be Rupert Sheldrake and his theory about cosmic archetypes, right? He's got another term that he uses for that. At any rate.
And by the same token, Ted, as you pointed out, and especially mathematical too, is there is some form of a design happening within the total system.
Okay.
And so for someone just to sort of fluke it. And you and I both know you can't cross a human with a monkey or any form of those.
No, you can't cross humans with monkeys or hominids or anything. The only thing in the world.
That's right. And it's not humans with humans.
Right. The only thing in the world that humans could interbreed with is other humans. That's it. There isn't anything else that we can. You know, the Neanderthals' DNA was roughly halfway between ours and that of a chimpanzee, and a bit closer to that of the chimpanzees. It's like we could no more interbreed with that than we could with horses. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I believe that you've got this galactic or archetype, right, which is you know, part of the information system of the universe, and that wherever you find humans, you see, I mean, you've got indigenous humans living on Mars now. The NASA JPL images show that. They don't. In other words, if you, I believe that in order to believe in aliens, you have to believe in evolution, and I don't believe in evolution, right? I mean, evolution's got too many problems. It's like, you know, what we're finding out there, particularly in the case of Mars, cases of Mars and Ganymede, is not what an evolutionite would expect. It's not aliens, right? What we're finding on Mars is people like us. In fact, what the images show is Caucasians, right? They look like us. So was the people in Ganymede would have to have been dark-skinned, right? Like I said, the people, the native Australians are descended from them, okay? But like I said, the conclusion I come to as far as human groups, right, is there are two basic human groups in the world now, and they've got nothing to do with race or color, right? It's got everything to do with history and technology. Okay, there's no way to believe that the people of Genesis are descended from Cro-Magnon people or from the people of Ganymede. It's like the people on Mars, probably a separate creation, right? You've got this picture of the little girl with the yellow smock, right? And the new book has that section on Mars, which shows all of those images that I have, you know, as a separate section on bearfabrique.com, right? At any rate, like I said, I suspect that you've got a separate creation on Mars. You've got a situation like 50 or 100,000 years ago where between Ganymede and Earth, you could easily have had roughly about as much space as there is now between Proxima Centauri and the two main sequence stars of Alpha Centauri. Okay, now, what that says is that there's no way in hell under those conditions that anything ever transferred from Ganymede to Earth or from Earth to Ganymede. Nonetheless, you've got the exact same basis for living forms. You've got the same RNA DNA scheme for digital information, right? You've got the same basic scheme for large animals. You've got like a spinal column. You've got 4 limbs, not 6, not 8, right? You've got 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, a tail, sometimes horns, right? Fur. You know, and what it indicates is that that you've got the whole thing is driven by information, right? The information is coming from the universe, and it's like, and it's the same everywhere, right? It was the same on Ganymede as on Earth, and it's almost certainly going to be the same on, you know, as from Earth to Alpha Centauri or any other kind of inhabited system you might find. Let me tell you another kind of a thing that I read all the time, like on these Facebook groups. You get people talking about, you know, alien technology, right? And the fact that our modern age must be built on alien technology. No, it isn't. You know, what I believe to be the case is that starting from 1945 or thereabouts, to go out into the cosmos, to go out into Mars or Ganymede or Alpha Centauri, you needed 2 things, right? And both of those things we did not need aliens for. It's like you needed a propulsion system that was substantially better than rocket engines. Okay, it's like a human astronaut wouldn't your long trip from here to Mars via anything that's powered by rocket engines. You got to have something that's faster and better than that. Now, the thing which is faster and better is going to be this electrogravitic propulsion, B-Felt-Brown propulsion system. Okay, that was understood more or less by the middle 1950s, and it was well understood by the early 60s. Okay, there was a lot of discussion flying back and forth, like in professional journals and you know companies that work with the military, you know, the military-industrial complex and whatnot, about B-Felt-Brown propulsion in the 1950s, and then it disappeared, right? It became part of the Black Op, you know, the secret space program. I attended a conference on the secret space program in Bastrop, Texas, like somewhere along about you know 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there. And at that conference was this woman whose name is not going to come to me easily. She's the former director of one of your main government agencies, right, which involves money. And they asked her if they were talking about financing, right? They asked her if enough money had gone missing with our military budgets to finance a manned space mission to Mars on a Black Op basis. She said, "Oh yeah, not a problem. They can simply print any amount of money that they need for something like that." Now, if I were a Russian military planner, the one thing that America has that I would be concerned with would be this vehicle, you know, what they call the TR-3B, right, or whatever has replaced that in the course of time. Okay, this thing which they're using to get to and from Mars in less than 11 months, right? Now, in other words, is there any way that the Americans are going to turn that loose on us as a weapon? There doesn't seem to be. Okay, it's like you've got a choice of things to believe. You could either believe that the TR-3B is a myth, right, which I don't believe, or you could believe that it involves a level of secrecy above the U.S. military. Okay, that it's like it would take an act of God for anybody to ever get their hands on that information and try to bring it to the public. Okay, and I've had a couple of like messages and phone calls back and forth with Michael Cloud's office. Michael Cloud is the U.S. representative from Texas District 27, which includes Victoria, which includes Cuero and all of the, you know, and parts of Corpus Christi and Schulenburg and all these. It's a very big piece of territory. You know, a European noble who controlled that much space would be like it'd be minor nobility, right? Or royalty rather. It wouldn't be nobility. It'd be like a duke or something like that, or a grand duke. At any rate, and you're getting open discussions of UFOs, you know, UFO phenomena in the U.S. Congress right now, and they're talking about, you know, releasing some of this information to the public, right? I mean, these discussions are going on, and I've told Michael Cloud's office that I do not believe in aliens. That what you really want is like for the public to be able to know about, you know, from official channels to be able to know about, you know, this Black Op manned space program, you know, the secret space program. You needed two things, like I said. You needed a propulsion system that was better than rocketry, which they had certainly by the mid to late 60s, right? And the other thing that you needed was compute power density sufficient to plot courses in space, in deep space, right? And to control a deep space vehicle. What I understand to be the case is that like the first time that we really had that was going to be in the mid 80s, when you first had like those Motorola 68020, 68030, 68040 chips, and the high density hard drives for personal computers and for things, you know, like Spark workstations and things of that nature, right? At any rate, so you had all of that by the late 1980s, okay, and then you've got this, and you know, like I say, I'm getting old and names are escaping. It's Ben Rich, they call the father of stealth, right? The designer of the F-117, you know, the stealth fighter that you read about, like with the wars against Iraq. And Ben Rich was making a speech in front of an alumni group at I believe it was at Southern California, right? Cal Berkeley, or no, I don't think it was UCLA. I think it was Cal Berkeley, and an alumni group. In 1993, he said that time that we, at this point in time, have the technology to take ET home, right? In other words, he said that we have been to the near stars at this point. He said, you know, said anything you can imagine we've already done or we're capable of doing, you know. What you would use is what they call the bang bang principle. To get to Alpha Centauri, you need constant acceleration for any desired space of time. You need, and there's also a naval patent for an electromagnetic scheme for reducing the inertial mass of a space vehicle. Now that would help an awful lot. You know, you're talking about just moving something forward, you know, like with a certain amount of power, then that would help you cause immensely. At any rate, you're talking about the bang bang principle. You would, you know, you're trying to get from Earth to Alpha Centauri. You just apply full power forward to the halfway point, and then full power in reverse until you're in the neighborhood of Alpha Centauri. Right now, that's called the bang bang principle of optimal control, or what mathematicians would call that would be the Lyapunov theorem on the range of a vector measure, right? So that the technology, like I said, we've got the mission to Mars, which is an ill-kept secret, which is an extremely ill-kept secret. Got like a dozen Facebook groups which are involved in going over these NASA JPL images. What I believe to be the case is that NASA is using these Facebook groups to catalog areas of interest. You see, NASA is just a government agency. It does not have the number of eyes it would take to go over these gigantic images, these gigapan images, and catalog the areas of interest. Whereas Facebook does have the number of eyes for that. Facebook reaches 2 or 3 billion people, billion with a B, right? And you've got a dozen of these Facebook groups, which are old people like me, retired people, like, what are we going to do today? Well, we're going to sit around and we're going to go over some more of these gigapan images, right? You know, pixel by pixel by pixel. And the stuff that you find it when you do that is staggering. You know, you've got these images of indigenous people, small animals, right? You know, mechanical junk and debris strewn across the sands. I mean, most of what you find is rocks, right? I mean, there's no shortage of rocks on Mars. They've never rebuilt the surface, right? What seems to be the case is that the people and the small animals are living mostly underground. They're coming out for an hour or two around the middle of the day for sunlight and vitamin D, right? And they're screwing around on the surface for an hour and a half or 2 hours, whatever it is, then they're going back underground. There are all kinds of doors and gateways and portals to subterranean areas that you see in the images, you know, which are rectangular, right? Which are obviously artificial. I mean, which, you know, you've got images which show water still on the surface, no large rivers, no oceans, anything like that, right? But like ponds and small lakes, streams, small rivers, right? I mean, you see all of that stuff in these images. Small animals, no large animals, no flying birds. You know, I've been told that the atmosphere on the surface of Mars is about like on Earth at 12,000 feet, right? And that's not going to be the most easy thing to breathe, right? But it's doable, right? I mean, you don't read about these mountain climbers needing oxygen at 12,000 feet. They get up to 30 or 35,000 feet, like Mount Everest. then yeah, they have to have oxygen tanks, right? The images that I've seen do not indicate that the indigenous people that I see don't seem to be wearing oxygen tanks or anything like that. Was the one or two images that I've seen, which appear to be U.S. government workers, appear to be wearing some sort of a minimalistic oxygen tank. Like you've got that woman that's looking at the head of a statue, which you can see, and who has her back turned to the rover. Like she knows what the rover is. She's not interested in it, right? I mean, whereas the indigenous, as often as not, will have their, when you get pictures of indigenous people from the rovers, they seem to be peering from around behind corners or from behind rocks, right? Like they don't know what the rover is, and they're more than a little bit afraid of it, So you've got one or two situations that I've seen, where you have like a number of like 10 or 15 or 20 of the indigenous people walking around or doing things together, and they don't seem to be afraid of the rover. So it's a mixed bag. Now, has NASA gotten a close look at Ganymede? Do they have rovers on Ganymede? I assume they do at this point, but they're being awfully tight-lipped about it. I mean, I haven't seen anything resembling close-up pictures of Ganymede anywhere. Okay, you've got these satellite images from the Juno probe, which show enough things to indicate that Ganymede, at least in the past, was inhabited. You've got artificial structures which are gigantic, which are way beyond anything, anything. And Troy was not able to believe that one of these things was artificial. He says, it's just too big, Ted. That like you're looking at a structure or something that looks sort of like a baseball stadium or something like that, but it appears to be the size of Nebraska, right? Whereas, that just, the ideas of humans ever creating anything like that are just too staggering for words, right? Now, you've got other instances of things which are too big out there, right? You've got Phobos, which is that one of the two little moons of Mars, which appears to be an ancient space station, right? It's like Richard Hoagland, before they even had the good color images of Phobos, just going with the black and white images, he said, this is crazy. He said, you can almost count the rivets, right? Whereas with the high-rise images that you get, which are in color, then, there's no question, right? I mean, real moons are supposed to be made of rocks and dirt and green cheese, right? Not supposed to reflect light all over creation. Phobos reflects light all over creation. It appears to be made of metallic strakes. You've got one thing on Phobos which appears to be a docking station of some sort. It's a tower, right? And, it's obviously artificial. There were claims on the internet at the time, when you had that first Russian probe near Phobos, right? The Russians were claiming to have seen, rectangular interior spaces in Phobos, right? And this is this good penetrating radar that they have. Now, Americans also had contracted with the Russians to use that penetrating radar to map out the underneath part of that island of Jeffrey Epstein's, right? So, I mean, that's another interesting story in itself. But, okay, good. This is the book here. And this was like, it was the last time I had it open, it was the section on Mars, right? Part 1, basic ideas. Part 1, basic ideas of the Ganymede hypothesis. Seeing this?
Yes, I'm going to relax and mute while you go on. I can see it fine.
Okay, I mean, you've got two relationships that the book talks about. One is between like humans and hominids, and the answer is real short, real sweet. There's no relationship other than similar design, right? We're not descended from hominids. We've never interbred with them. The claims of human interbreeding with hominids are garbage. Okay, they find similar genes, right? They find like, humans of Asian or European ancestry have like maybe 1 or 2% of the genes in common with Neanderthals. And you've got this Svante Pabo over there at the Max Planck Institute claiming that that implies interbreeding in the past. That's ridiculous. We share half our genes with bananas, right? And that's not from humans interbreeding with bananas, right? I mean, that's stupid. That's almost certainly from humans eating bananas, you know, like pretty much forever. Not only here on Earth, but probably throughout the universe, right? It's still the cheapest and best bargain there is in any grocery store is bananas. You know, same thing is true of Neanderthals, okay? It's like the first experience modern humans ever had with Neanderthals is watching friends and family members be killed and eaten by them, so that, you know, eating a Neanderthal, which had been killed in battle, was just sending the Neanderthals a message in their own language. You know, so that's one relationship. Now, the other relationship is the question of like, what relationship could there possibly be between Cro-Magnon man and the people of Genesis? So the answer is genetically they're the same. I mean, there's terribly little genetic variation amongst humans, not only on this planet, but probably throughout the universe. Now, the difference, you've got two basic human groups on Earth, as near as I can tell. You've got, you know, what I call Bible antediluvians, that group, right? People descended from Adam and Noah. And then you've got the group descended from Cro-Magnon people that came here from Ganymede, right? The two groups genetically the same, but it's like the difference is culture and technology. I mean, the culture and technology is totally different. And there's so much so that there's no way to believe that the people of Genesis are descended from Cro-Magnons. It's a separate creation. Readers who have never believed in or already have stopped believing in evolution might want to skip this section, evolution. Okay, it goes over all that. You scroll down a bit. Punctuate, you know, the Gould Eldridge version of evolution, that's also BS. Okay, talks about Uncle Don Carney and the relationship between him and Stephen Gould. The Ganymede hypothesis versus evolution, right? Almost forgot. What about human evolution? The question of whether the idea of humans evolving from hominids like the Neanderthals is even possible. Or could it be the difference between humans and hominids might be so great that the same planet could never serve as a home world for both kinds of creatures, right? That is what much of the rest of this book is about. Failed ideas about cosmology, right? Gravity-only cosmology. Remember I said there was such a thing as Laniakea, which is this supercluster of galaxies, okay? This is Laniakea. I mean, tell me what you're seeing there, Greg. It's like, is that a lightning strike or what?
Yep, sure looks like it to me.
Okay, every point of light in that picture is a whole galaxy. It's not a star, okay? You see that red dot over to the right? You see the red dot.
Yeah, Milky Way.
The red dot covers the Milky Way and
Okay.
other things, right? But I mean, it covers the Milky Way. Okay. What you have here, what you have here is one of my favorite spiral galaxies. You know, as you know, I've said this repeatedly, that asking gravity to form a solar system up out of dust or to hold a spiral galaxy together is like asking the littlest kid in the school to do the powerlifting event. It's just stupid. Okay, what you've got here is a spiral galaxy where you've got the two arms of the spiral galaxy are being held in place very strongly by electromagnetic forces until you come to some point where the electromagnetic field breaks down and then material trails away. Do you see what I'm saying? At the top, right? You know, this arm that goes in a straight line up to the top of the thing, then the material basically just trails away, right? It's like, you know, it's no longer being held in that straight line. So, I mean, this is absolutely electromagnetic phenomena doing this. There's no way in the world gravity could do anything like that. What you've got here is the visible universe background scheme of electromagnetic electrical currents, right? And this is a much larger image than the image of Laniakea, right? We can see other local superclusters, right? And you know, here you're seeing like the whole universe is an electrical framework.
Teddy,
I'm coming to.
It's like looking.
You're breaking up, Andy. It's like I'm coming to the thing that we're curious about. Okay. The ideas of stars being thermonuclear furnaces, right? If a star was a thermonuclear furnace, then if a star was a thermonuclear furnace, then a sunspot would be blue or white. It wouldn't be black like this. What you're seeing is the interior of our sun is much colder than the surface, right? That says the whole thing is electrical. Birkeland currents, right? Herbig-Haro strings. These are Herbig-Haro strings. They're straight, right? You don't see any 26-degree angles in your typical image of a Herbig-Haro string. This is a string of galaxies produced by like a Birkeland current on a vastly larger scale than the kind of Birkeland current that produces solar systems, right? It's like you can see the spiraling, you know, the spiral nature of the thing. Standard theory has no explanation for a string of galaxies, right? It's just a big mystery to them. Okay. The main keys to understanding prehistory, right? Axis tilts and Venus 177.4, Jupiter 3.13. That's at first I missed that, right? I mean, it's not what I was looking for. I didn't think about it 12 years ago, 11 years ago. It's like if I thought about it, I started thinking about this recently, and it's like that is the same, right? That's the same to within less than half a degree. That says Velikovsky was right about Venus being ejected from Jupiter, not Saturn. Any rate, this is this picture of Troy McLachlan's, right? Eye sizes, the other main clue, right? Lemurs and tarsiers, right? Bush babies. This is Danny Vendermini's Neanderthal, right? Gigantic eyes. And we're coming to, for any hominid to have evolved into a human, you have to have lost everything he needed to live, right? You have to have lost his fur, almost all of his night vision, almost all of his sense of smell, and most of his musculature, right? And all that while trying to make it as a land prey animal. That's a bad plan. This is, you know, Rob Gargette's, you know, yuppified Neanderthal with the eyes and nose as big as they would have to be.
That's really solid work, Ted. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The concept of an electric water bridge. Like I said, this is all that first little 40-page section, right? Splash saltation, right? So all the basic ideas, right? So what we need for this one is Cecil B. DeMille, who unfortunately is no longer with us, right? Why Australia? Okay. Why do you have Pangea looking like a Pac-Man with his mouth open? Right, there's the explanation for that, right? The artwork that shows linear alignments of planets rather than orbiting systems, the little Shen bond clasp, right? And then the Shamash glyph. Shamash linguistically is Saturn, okay, that's known. So that when you talk about a Shamash glyph showing something like this, that says that you know you've got this. This is antediluvian, right? This is like Saturn and then Neptune and then Mars and then Earth, right? It's not Saturn and then Venus and Mars and Earth. At any rate, the thing about Pico Island, right? And then the opposite of Pico Island, the dead center is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I mean, suppose you got, you know, Greg, suppose you got dumped in the middle of the Pacific Ocean like right now. I mean, do you think you would survive?
Absolutely not.
I mean, it's not too likely, is it? Like I say, you had like a symbiotic relationship between, you know, the dolphins or whatever else in the way of aquatic mammals got dumped into the ocean, in the middle of the ocean here, along with humans. You know, issued an SOS cry. You know, they called for help. They said, "Man, we need some backup here." It's like, any whales or anything like that here in this stupid fucking place? We need some help, man. We got a bunch of humans here that just got no chance, and they need to be taken to Australia or some kind of a place like that, right? And that's what happened. Pangea and Pac-Man, right? This is the reason for the for Pangea looking like. Okay, now here we get to the thing that I said. This is the picture I want you to take a look at. The question of a bent, crooked Herbig-Haro string. Okay, ordinary Herbig-Haro strings are not crooked; they're straight. Okay, so when you have that first approach of the Saturnian part of the system of ours to the Jovian system, it was on a straight line, right? And the two things on the outsides, in each case, were going to be like, number one was Earth, you know, the largest rocky body in the Saturnian system, and then Ganymede, the largest rocky body in the Jovian system. Okay, that's what you had. You would think, if you didn't know better, you would think, well, it's probably going to be like Saturn first, then Neptune, and then Mars, and then Earth, right? No, it was like Earth first, and then Mars, and then Neptune, and then Saturn. Okay, the train wreck theory, right? Here we've got like a straight line, Herbig-Haro string, right? You can see it, right? The center of the thing, right? I mean, this is really, there's no way this is a jet of anything, right? You've got these round balls here. Jets don't have round balls like here and there and everywhere. This is like a Birkeland current with stars or protostars showing at the pinch points. And then you've got some kind of thing, you've got end caps, right? Which is either a double layer or some plasma physics phenomenon. That's Don Scott's territory. Here's another picture of a Herbig-Haro string, right? This is not a jet. A jet of material would you know, dissipate like right now in the near vacuum of space. Wouldn't do that. You with me? Now here's the picture that I believe is what you need to picture, right? This says this is what the system looked like, you know, like 100,000 years ago, right? Before you ever had this transfer of humans or dolphins from Ganymede to Earth, before you ever had anything like that, this is what you had. You had like the Saturnian system, and then a certain amount, and the order of this, you know, in this picture, I believe the order is correct. The order is correct. The sizes are almost certainly not correct. The distances are almost certainly not correct. You understand what I'm saying? Well, this is just conceptual. That's all this is. You got Saturn, then Neptune, then Mars, and then Earth, right?
That's good work, Chad.
Then you've got some space. Then you've got Ganymede. You've got the other Galilean moons. You've got Jupiter, and then you've got the sun sitting over here. Now this is this picture that I said I'm missing, and Ryan Darger is working on that right now. It's like he's completely on board with this. You know, the guy that produced the image which shows on the cover of the Ganymede hypothesis. You know, what is somebody living on Ganymede going to see, right? I think you're going to see a permanent eclipse, right? I think you're going to see a rim of the sun. It's probably going to be yellowish, you know, like with red streaks or red highlights. And then you're going to see Jupiter inside that. You understand what I'm saying? so that you know, so I've got like a problem with an image that I need that I don't have, right? That would be like realistically. See, I don't believe that you ever had like an orbital system here. It's like Troy's images, you know, of Ganymede are based. It's hard to get this this older way of thinking out of your head, right? It's like the images that Troy drew of Ganymede, you know, in past ages are what you would expect from an orbiting system. You know, they showed, you know, Ganymede as it would have appeared, you know, at the point when it was between Jupiter and the Sun. And I mean, in those images, Ganymede looks like a hellscape. Okay. And I don't believe that Ganymede was ever a hellscape. I think what you had was a permanent eclipse, and you had a blue sky, and you had like a yellowish rim of the sun, which would have been around Jupiter. And then Jupiter, being still a dwarf star for much of that time, would have been reddish or orange reddish. You understand what I'm saying? And when I get that image, I'm going to insert that image into the book right now. So that's what you had originally. This is the original system. Now, the 26-degree angle, right? You've got the original system again. The Saturnian part of the original system comes up to the point where you get a transfer of, you know, some kind of a water phenomenon between Earth and Ganymede, right? It was probably a water bridge. It might have been some kind of a maelstrom created by a Birkeland current, right? But nonetheless, you've got like some kind of a thing, right? This is train wrecks. So if somebody ever makes a movie out of this, then I would like them to use Scott Joplin's Crush Collision March. You know, the train wreck piece of music that Scott Joplin did. The 26-degree angle, right? This is what you ended up with after that first approach. You see what I'm saying? Now this, again, it's just conceptual. It's like the bodies are in the right order, at least over here, right? Over here, you've got you've got Ganymede, then you've got a couple of other, 2 or 3 or 4 other Galilean moons, and then you've got Jupiter, and then you've got Venus sitting over here. And you've got this whole thing still, and you've got like the Saturnian part of the system has been thrown off of the line of the rest of the system and at a 26-degree angle to it, right? This is like from the train wreck. And because the whole thing is still turning on its axis, you've got this next approach to the Jovian system is going to be on a spiral, right? So that you're not going to get the whole thing stopping in front of Ganymede, right? You're going to get this whole thing flying past Ganymede and past these other Galilean moons. You're going to get the 2 lighter bodies like Earth and Mars hooking up with the Jupiter-Venus alignment. And then you're going to get the 2 heavier bodies flying around Jupiter so that you get all this stuff, right? You get Venus and Mars being described as the eye of Ra, and that makes Ra be Jupiter, not Saturn, right? So that says that Ra was Jupiter. And then after 1 or 2 turns of this thing, I don't know how many turns would have been involved, right? But you've got Saturn and Jupiter and Neptune being flung out into the distance, and you've somehow or other got the Earth and Mars and Venus, you know, getting, you know, losing their contact with Jupiter and ending up in orbit around the sun. And those orbits being dangerous, right, for a period of centuries before, you know, before the stuff that Immanuel Velikovsky talks about. You understand what I'm saying? So you ended up with Mars and Venus and Earth on orbits which had points like every 52 years, right? Some kind of a point of close intersection. I mean, between the Earth and Venus, right? And then you have these two catastrophes at the time that that Velikovsky describes. But there you have the whole picture, right? You've got Isaiah 14, right, which is a hymn of thanksgiving after Venus settles into a stable orbit, right? And then you've got the same story sitting over there, like in Dr. Wallace Budge's books, one of them, which talks about the Eye of Ra creating. He talks about the section of the book is called the destruction of mankind, right? Whereas Isaiah 13 talks about Venus being the man that shook the kingdoms of the earth and made the world as a wilderness.
All right, Ted. Well, let's just finish it up then. Do you have any final things to say? We're at the 90-minute mark.
Real quick, let me get down to the lower end of the book where I've got images, right?
Oh, the book looks fantastic. It looks great.
The book is a maximum effort here, Greg.
I'm going to have to read a chapter of it.
Yeah, look, it's like, this is Wangina, right? This is like
yeah.
One of the, this is like the eyes where you have eyelashes going all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
This is Thomas Morgan. He said, if these are eyelashes, then the only person whose eyes it could possibly be would be Betty Boop, right? She's got the eyelashes. They pretty much they don't go all the way around, right? It's close to that. But he said, this is what you're really talking about, right? In other words, Morgan believed that the Wangina were pictures of Jupiter and star spots. I've got a section of, okay, there's a section down here about, Venus versus Neptune. Remember, at one point I told you that I didn't want to go there. I think you have to go there. I've changed my mind about that. Right? Illustrations. Okay, here we go. Purple dawn environment. I just wanted to show you one other thing, right? Purple Dawn of Creation. This is the Book of Troyes. It's fabulous.
Yeah, I read a little bit of it already. Yep. Okay,
how Neanderthals saw their world, right, and what we would see like with a night vision scope. This is what the Neanderthals saw. This is what we would see in the Neanderthal world. This is what the Neanderthals saw, and it's what we would see with a night vision scope. I've seen that. Jill Holland's version, business like Neanderthal. She needed to make the eyes just a bit bigger here. At any rate, you can't be perfect, right? This is Ryan Darger, okay, who's working on this picture that I told you I need. As soon as he has that, I will. This will be the last change I will ever make to the book, right? It's going to put that picture in it. Okay, this is good artwork here. Ganymede today, right? These are these two structures, that you saw from the satellite, Juno, right? These appear for all the world to be artificial, but, Troy said they were just too big. There's no way humans can make anything that big. This looks like an athletic stadium of some sort or something, right? I don't know what the hell it is, but it's beyond humongous, right? You've got other things on Ganymede which appear to be artificial, right? You've got a tower of some sort. You've got people claiming that Ganymede is inhabited now just based on these kinds of pictures. I don't have any reason to believe that Ganymede remains inhabited, okay? Egyptian crown design, right? This picture of Troy's. I told Troy that, like, as a man, it's like they even got the number of rings right? See, this crown is supposed to represent the rings of Saturn, right? They've even got the number of the rings right in the crown. Not in the crown, right, in this collar that the pharaohs wore. I'm sorry, I'm getting old. These are Troy McLachlan's images. And remember I said, this is what you would expect if you had an orbiting system and you had Ganymede between Jupiter and the sun, right? Or, you understand what I'm saying? Like, somehow or other, if you've got Jupiter up that close to the sun, then Ganymede had to have been protected, and it was. You see, this is a hellscape here.
Yeah.
This is the thing that I said I don't like, and I've marked this now. In the book now, I've got in red letters, assuming an orbital system. You see what I'm saying? But I don't know that that's going to register with most people that look at this. You're going to think maybe Ganymede was some kind of a hellscape. No, Ganymede was your perfect human world. I don't think anybody living in Ganymede ever saw anything like this. You with me? And that's why I say I need that other image.
Yeah, just wrap it up.
Need that image. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's
okay. All right. Well, that was good. That was good, Ted.
Okay, so I'm gonna, like I said, you've got something, and let the first I'd heard about Saturn was at this conference at McMaster University. That would have been in '74. And Emanuel Velikovsky was there. The Talbot brothers were there, David and George Talbot, right? Everett Cochrane. It's not like EV, it's Everett. Cochrane was there, and a number of the people whose names you've become familiar with were there. And it was the first time I'd heard people talking about Saturn, and what had actually happened was that Velikovsky had originally meant for Worlds in Collision to contain information about Saturn. He was talked out of it, right? I mean, it was like the book was just too much as it was, right? I mean, it wasn't going to get any sort of a reasonable reception. And, it didn't. But nonetheless, he had promised to put the Saturn material into some sort of a second volume of Worlds in Collision. It never happened. He ended up writing other books, and just the overwhelming negative response he got in academia. He had a runaway international bestseller for several months, right? And then it was shut down. I mean, this was just blackmail on the part of the universities, particularly the astronomy departments at Harvard and other schools. Macmillan was told that they were either going to drop this runaway international bestseller of theirs, or that they would not be allowed to sell textbooks in North America. They ended up handing Worlds in Collision off to Doubleday, which didn't have a textbook division. That's a sort of a crazy story, right? You had somewhere around that same period of time a kind of I don't know what you would call it exactly. It was a meeting where you had Carl Sagan and you had Velikovsky and you had a number of other people, right? And it was really sort of a witch hunt. I mean, Velikovsky still was not given any sort of a fair hearing. Now, when they discovered the actual conditions on Venus, there should have been a line, like a couple of miles long of scientists lined up in front of Velikovsky's door to apologize, right? I mean, that never happened. See, starting from the 1950s and 60s, schools were still teaching that Venus was a sister planet of the Earth's, that it should have, say roughly the same size as Earth. It should have the same general sort of history as the Earth. Okay. In other words, it should be, at any given latitude, it should be about 10 or 15 degrees warmer than the Earth was, just due to its position in the solar system. That's what they were teaching in 1960, and it didn't take that much longer, right? I mean, they ended up with probes over Venus, and they finally got to where they understood that, like, the surface of Venus is going to be 850 degrees Fahrenheit, that you could melt lead. And, there's no reasonable, I mean, there's no reasonable way to explain something like that. Venus is, it has everything that you would expect for a new planet, right? You've got like a 90 bar CO2 atmosphere, a 2-mile-an-hour wind would knock you over. It's a massive thermal imbalance, massive upwards infrared flux, and all of those kinds of things, complete lack of regolith. There's no dirt on Venus. That's everything that you would expect for a new planet, right? But, Velikovsky was systematically denied any sort of credit for, he had predicted that Venus was going to be incandescently hot, just due to its recent history, due to the picture he had uncovered, basically describing the recent history of Venus. Carl Sagan devised what he called a super greenhouse theory to explain this heat, in which supposedly some tiny modicum of sunlight gets through all of these CO2 clouds and, heats up the surface of Venus, right? And this heat cannot re-radiate as infrared because of the CO2 clouds. Right now, that's ludicrous. We've had descender probes going to the surface of Venus, and they describe the middle cloud layer as being pitch black. It says no light whatsoever in the middle cloud layer, and then as you get to the surface, it gets bright. What that tells you, so that it's well lit once you get to the surface. That says that the light at the surface is being generated locally. You understand what I'm saying? It's, any sort of a modicum of sunlight that ever got through those clouds would be like a drop of water in the ocean compared to the local light, which is seen there. And, that just says that what Sagan is proposing is ludicrous, but I mean, that's still, to this day, that's the official position of academia. That's the official explanation they give for the conditions on Venus, and that's just completely ridiculous. It's an anti-theory. It's like a sort of a doctrine that was devised specifically to prevent Immanuel Velikovsky from receiving any credit for this overwhelming correct prediction of his.
That he basically
so all these things were going on like in the early to mid 1970s, and then they had this conference at McMaster University, and people were talking about Saturn at the time, right? And the average person doesn't really spend a whole lot of time reading through antique literature or trying to familiarize himself with any of those kinds of things, so that the idea of Saturn ever having been a dwarf star, or of us ever having been a planet of Saturn's, is just, it's like a body punch or something. I mean, to the typical person who's not familiar with anything like that. To ancients, or to anybody that's familiar with antique literature, it's not going to come as that much of a surprise. Okay,
right, exactly.
You've got basically remnants of this this previous system all around us, right? We still call our Sabbath Saturn's Day, right? The most major Roman religious festival was called Saturnalia. Got classical authors, Hesiod, Ovid, both claiming that you'd had a golden age when Kronos, or Saturn, was the king of heaven, followed by the flood, followed by a silver age when Jupiter was Zeus was the king of heaven, followed by roughly the age of the Trojan War. And then our present age is, right? Our present age is called an Iron Age. In the same language, what do they mean by the king of heaven, right? Well, in the same language, our sun is the king of heaven now. In the early 1900s, you'd had a number of articles appearing in the Journal of Assyriology, basically outlining the question of a confusion of language between the sun and Saturn. Apparently all of the names which anybody used for the sun in the the Mediterranean basin early on were words which had originally pertained to Saturn, which got switched at some point, right? Shamesh, right, which the Bible refers to as Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, right? Let's see if I can find a picture of that. And I had like a bunch of good artwork sitting around here in various places. I think this is it, right? It's like what you've got sitting here. Can you see this picture here?
No, I can't. All I see is your little profile picture. Why is that? Screen sharing options.
Yeah, Greg, can you see this?
Let me see. No, I
this,
can't.
This is Shamish iconography.
No, I'm not seeing. Where are you doing that at? Are you doing it on Skype?
Yeah.
There you go.
These are Shamish glyphs from Babylon and surrounding territories. You've seen this?
Oh yeah, the Scenaria Binaria, I've seen it, but not on your website. I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. Shamesh was like the Moabite version of Saturn, right, or Kronos, and what you're seeing here is completely different from our present sun, right? There's no way that anybody would look at our present sun and then draw a picture like this. It's something else entirely. you know, it sometimes shows like this. I mean, where you have like a pillar of some sort, which is represented by a person or a god here in this picture.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes you'll see the ancient star sitting on some sort of a pedestal right now, you know, or something like this, right? What you're seeing in the form of the pedestal here, what the Egyptians called Shu, or the pillars of Shu, is this electromagnetic column of light which you had going between Saturn and Venus and Mars and Earth, right? This would be the idea of the great god living on top of the magic mountain, you know, like Zeus on Olympus, or, you know, Yahweh on Mount Zion.
Okay.
Okay, and sometimes the magic mountain is drawn like a person or a god or something like this, right? You're seeing all of this, Greg?
Well, yeah, the four rivers there,
Greg, you with me?
yeah.
Okay.
I see it.
Have pictures. This is David Talbot's version of a, you know, an interpretation of what some of these images show. It's like you've got Saturn, and then like the blue object would be Venus, and the red object would be Mars, right? But there's a problem with this picture of David's, which shows this crescent just as a crescent of light. Okay, Troy McLachlan does not agree with this.
Yeah, there's one more question that comes to mind too, and that is Evie Cochran says that Venus appeared green.
Green or blue,
Yeah,
okay.
By the way,
you know, you're
folks,
talking about a
watching,
changing,
we're going to
you're talking
ask
about trying to,
questions last
you know,
15.
moving target here.
Okay.
Turquoise.
Yeah.
Okay, Egyptian pyramid writings describe not Atum, but Osiris as shedding green light over the world, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have anything in the sky that sheds green light, you know, pure emerald light over the earth, right? We don't have anything like that today.
Now I wanted to ask you one question here. When
Sure.
that is when Mars is in that configuration, and those plasma, I'm assuming those are plasma formations that are across Saturn. Those are actually electric machine arcing the whole thing, right? It's like just being all just bombarded and fused, or is that some kind of just a plasma configuration? It's charged, right? It has to be.
Yeah, okay, it's like you're seeing plasma phenomena, physics phenomena here. There's no way to make something blue out of Venus, you know, just by its own native light, right? I mean, Venus is sort of like an off-white color.
Mm-hmm.
If you were up close to it, right? It's got here is blue light being generated by electrical arcing between Saturn and Venus.
Okay.
And just heated up to like blue heat. You know, it's not like white hot, it's blue hot.
Yeah, and that's even hotter.
So that's not the natural color of Venus. That's being created by plasma discharge. The idea of this crescent on Venus or on Saturn being reflected sunlight, you know, reflected sunlight from the sun, is problematical. That would put us between the sun and Saturn, or, you know, it'd put us between Saturn and some other very large body that could throw a shadow like that on the face of Saturn. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that, in other words, Troy has a big problem with that, and, you know, I have a problem with that. Now, the other thing that you might try to argue, you might could try to claim that blue object is Uranus or Neptune rather, and not Venus, but that has all kinds of problems. I mean, you don't really want to go there.
Right.
Okay. I was talking about literature, you know, a short while ago. You know, if you really want to read about the age of Kronos, I think probably something that you ought to read is one of Plato's dialogues, which is called Statesman.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And he describes what he calls the age of Kronos, right? You know, Plato consistently referred to antediluvians as nurslings or children of Kronos, the children of Saturn, you know, children of the age of Saturn. Technology down straight here as time goes on.
Does it get,
Right.
did it get better?
But there's a problem here. Let me see if I can find Troy's version of this thing, okay?
Yeah.
Like I said, Troy has a problem with David Talbot's
I'm gonna
artwork
look.
there.
I'm gonna look real quick while you're doing that.
Okay, are you with me?
Listen. Oh, yeah, I just want to see what the people are telling me. All right.
Okay.
Greg, do you have headphones? Ah, yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. I think that your voice is coming through my speakers into my mic and feeding back. That's what I think. So I'm gonna real quick here. I'm gonna just hit the mute button and set it up. It'll be like 10 seconds. Okay. I'll be right back.
Greg, you there?
Yes. Yes,
Oh,
I'm here.
okay.
Headphones
Can
are
you
on.
see this picture of Troy's here?
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I just saw that picture recently. Now let me check with the.
It's the picture that I wanted you to take a look at, and I don't know why. Just
Sorry.
the fact that the crescent that you see in the ancient iconography is not reflect like a crescent of reflected light. It's light on the ring of Saturn itself, and then you've got the shadow of the body of Saturn falling over the ring.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because of the tilt inclination.
I got it. Okay.
Okay, this is Troy's version of the ship of the morning, ship of the evening, ship, midday. The same kind of a thing that David Talbot describes. Okay. Other parts of David Talbot's analysis, I think, are golden, right? His analysis of the white crown of Egypt, what caused that, I think was as good as you could hope for.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
We were talking about different versions of a Saturn theory. There are about a half dozen versions of a Saturn theory floating around out there. The only thing that I believe is absolutely certain is the fact that 30 or 40 years from now, some version of a Saturn theory will be generally accepted. And the only question is which version.
Right.
And you've got several of these, and I don't really have, we've got like maybe an hour here or something. I mean, I don't made into a presentation. I mean,
right.
As far
I
as
know
like,
that. I know that. We're just kind of flying
Velikovsky's
by the
version
seat.
versus Talbot's version versus John Cook's version versus.
Well, how about if I could just
versus
suggest
Troy's
something.
my version versus give people some idea of like the versions of these things that exist and where to go looking for them.
Go ahead.
Okay, you've got Velikovsky's version of a Saturn theory, which you could find just searching on Velikovsky and Saturn on the internet, right? That'll turn up. He was going to originally make that part of Worlds in Collision. He was talked out of it by Macmillan. You've got that. You've got David Talbot's, theory, which began with a book called The Saturn Myth. Let me see if I can find something just to give you an idea of what that looks like, right?
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay. You've got a little clasp here. Can you see this picture? You've got like what the Egyptians called a shenbond clasp, which shows like a golden body of something or other, and then a blue body, and then a red body, right? It's like Saturn, Venus, and then Mars, right? And this is like for a coat or a cape or something.
Yep.
Okay, so that in Egyptian artwork, this picture is just sort of everywhere, right? I mean, here we go, the Saturn myth, David Talbot, right? And he's got the he's got the magic mountain, right? The column of light, the pillars of Shu, right? And then the ring, and the funny thing is, I mean, this is 1980. David Talbot had this right in 1980, and then he thought that he'd made a mistake, right? He thought that this crescent that he was seeing was always going to be reflected light, but I mean, it's more likely that he was closer to being on the money like in 1980 originally.
Yep. He tells the story.
Okay,
And
you've got other pieces of the Talbot, Thornhill, Cochrane, Cardona version of this thing out there on YouTube and in various places on the internet. If you just get on YouTube and type in symbols of an alien sky.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, here we go. This is what this looks like on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
This is David Talbot and the people of the Thunderbolts.info group. And this is your most major group of people on the internet who talk about this kind of thing. And, you're just talking about a very radically different version of ancient history than what is taught in our schools for the most part. Symbols of an alien sky, Saturn myth. Right. This would be, here's another kind of a funny picture here. Discourse on an alien sky. They've got a picture that turns up in Egyptian hieroglyphics pretty much all the time, right? What you've got is like a star with a ring around it. And then you've got a magic mountain made up out of light, right? But for all intents and purposes, what you're seeing here are lightning forks. As you know, normally when anybody draws a picture of lightning, you know, as artwork, then the lightning fork, you know, the lightning fork should point downwards, right? And these point up. You understand the difference? Anyway, all of this stuff makes for interesting watching and reading here. It's like, that's the David Talbot version of a Saturn theory, right? You've got, let me go back to what I was seeing here a short while ago. Okay, you've got this video of yours, like, you've got the John, he spelled his name J-N-O. The gentleman died here like about a couple of years ago. He pronounced his name John Cook as if it was J-O-H-N, right?
Right.
Saturn cosmology, and this guy was no dummy, Greg. There are, you know, golden nuggets, interspersed around all this stuff of his.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one who basically claimed to have done the calculations, which put Jupiter at about 0.7 AU, like in prehistoric times, right? What does that mean exactly? What that means is that the normal situation in our galaxy for dwarf stars or gas giant planets, which are aligned with the main sequence star like our sun, would be to have them in much closer to the main sequence star than Jupiter or Saturn are to our sun now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this brings up an interesting sort of a question. Why would Jupiter and Saturn be where they are now, you know, if they used to be dwarf stars, right?
Exactly.
And
yes.
Have you ever heard the name Robert Bass?
No, I have not.
Okay, one of the best mathematicians of the past century, Brigham Young University, and what is he noted for? The most major argument against Velikovsky, which I used to hear, was that starting from a chaotic situation such as Velikovsky described, it would take millions of years for the system to stabilize and to begin to look the way it looks now. That was the biggest argument.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Robert Bass blew that to pieces.
Okay.
Now, what he claimed, and I've never heard I've never heard or read anybody claiming to refute this. He claimed that the Titus-Bode law of celestial dynamics, which describes the order of our solar system, was the solution to a dynamical relaxation problem.
Bode's law.
Okay, and what he said was that you could start the bodies in our system pretty nearly anywhere, and they would be where they are now within a few thousand years, assuming that you've got all of the bodies of our system up somewhere close enough together to be gravitationally bound, right? Then
Yeah.
without even worrying about electromagnetism or anything like that, then just by gravity, then he said that the bodies in our system would be where they are now within a few thousand years, right? So that you know, the location of Venus and Saturn now are basically part of this solution to the question of the Titus-Bode law.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're doing a great job.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's like you'll pardon me if I'm pausing for a few seconds, you know, between little segments of this thing.
Oh, that's okay,
you know,
Ted.
that's the reason why.
Mm-hmm. You're not showing anymore, right? You're not showing your screen anymore, are you?
I thought I was.
Well,
it seems to fall out. It seems to fall out of that. Let me know.
Oh, okay.
Let me know.
I thought that you were done with that. Let me see. I'm trying something here. Window
okay, here's
capture.
Skype again. share screen,
Here,
right?
Skype, yes, right here, bam.
Okay, are you
Now I
seeing my
think I
screen
got
now?
it. Not yet, but I thought I had it licked, but I guess I don't. I'm just going to put it on monitor and look at the Skype. Okay, I'm looking at it. You're showing my video again.
Yeah, I'm showing the
Okay.
Yeah, that's the sun there right now.
Okay.
So that John Cook was talking about about Jupiter being up close to the sun in prehistoric times, right?
Yeah.
Like about
yeah.
0.7 AU,
0.7.
so like closer to the sun than we are now. That puts Jupiter well within the habitable zone of the sun. And what that does with Ganymede and possibly one or two others of the 4 large moons of Jupiter is it makes Ganymede into a freshwater ocean world.
Yeah, well, I thought the same thing too, Ted. So he's in agreement with you there.
Right. So that's just intriguing, right?
Right, because Jupiter had to have its moons. At least
Right. Jupiter has about 67 moons, of which 4 are large. Those are called Galilean moons, right? Because Galileo was able to see those moons with just the first telescopes.
Right, and I was in favor of your theory mainly because of the Herbig-Haro. The whole thing just fits. The scenario, the Herbig-Haros being what we're said there'd be.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
let me go over like a couple of the problems that you have, like with the other versions of a Saturn theory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one problem with John Cook's work is that he assumes this 4 billion year age thing that we've had crammed into our heads all our lives.
Right. Yeah.
Right, and that turns out to be garbage.
Yeah.
You know, the Earth is not 4 billion years old. They used to try to come up with estimates of the Earth's age just from stitching Bible chronologies together. And they used to believe that the Earth and possibly also the entire universe were like about 5 or 6 or 7,000 years old, right?
Right.
You know, the problem is that we've actually got one body in our system, one planet, which actually is, you know, ballpark for some kind of a 5 or 6,000 year age estimate, which is Venus, right? But Venus looks like that. I mean, we know what a 6,000-year-old planet looks like. I mean, it's got an 850 degree Fahrenheit surface temperature and 90 bar CO2 atmosphere. Massive thermal imbalance, radiates a great deal more energy than it takes in from the sun. Massive upwards infrared flux. Complete lack of regolith, no dirt, right? It's like the surface is so pristine that they talk about a resurfacing event, you know, quote unquote. You know, which they like to put somewhere back about 500 million years ago, right? But that's also BS.
Okay.
There was never any sort of resurfacing event on Venus, right? But the Earth and Mars don't look like that at all. I mean, we know what a 5,000-year-old planet looks like because of Venus. Right? The Earth and Mars don't look like that at all. So you have to assume that the Earth and Mars are a whole lot older than that, but not hundreds of millions of billions of years old. Right.
Exactly.
Really have a way of knowing how old the Earth is or how old our system is. You're trying to come up with a reasonable guess.
Exactly.
Okay, the numbers that we've read all our lives, you know, the 4 billion year thing, are the estimated ages for the Earth and for our solar system, are based on assumptions which go out the window the first minute you allow for even one cosmic disaster of global scale, right? And there have been several.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't even know what a word like year would have meant before the flood, right? It's like, you know, the flood rearranged the whole solar system.
40. Yeah.
Okay. One of the problems is that the people that tell us that the Earth is 4 billion years old are the same people that tell us that dinosaurs died out 65 million years ago.
But it doesn't mean anything.
A couple of ways you could look at that. You know, like I say, if you just the fact that you're getting good radiocarbon dates for the soft tissue and dinosaur remains says that you're dealing with a few tens of thousands of years. You're not dealing with hundreds, you know, tens of millions of years.
That's exactly
right. It's more like 65,000 years than 65 million years. That's a factor of 1,000 to 1. If you just divide this 4 billion year age estimate that you've been reading all your life by 1,000, is more like about 4 million years, right? That would say that the Earth was 4 million years old. I could live with that. The evolutionists can't live with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, obvious reasons. Now,
What was the Absu, Ted? What
I'm
was
sorry?
it all about? What was it all about with the Absu? Supposedly there was water in space,
Um,
and when it burst, we had our second.
dwarf stars are watery environments. Okay, it's like a dwarf star is going to have a plasma heliosphere, and planets aligned with a dwarf star are going to be inside that plasma heliosphere. The plasma heliosphere is going to have,
So I'm watching chat right now. Okay, go ahead. Keep
I
going.
think
I asked you about the
the
Absu.
mic might have been just a little bit too close.
Yeah, yeah, that's what
You were
happens.
asking
Yeah,
me about water and,
I'm still
you know,
hearing
the
it.
Apsu, whatever that was. What
Right.
I started to reply was that dwarf stars generally carry water. You know, they're
Right.
generally watery environments. You know, water for the flood came because
Okay.
dwarf stars are watery environments.
Yes.
The plasma heliosphere of a dwarf star is going to reflect light back in. You know, it's going to reflect the star is a watery environment, and
Right.
the water. You know, the rings of Saturn come from that original watery environment of the plasma heliosphere.
Yes. We're
One
gonna.
way you can get an idea of how big Saturn might have been in prehistoric times is that, you know, Earth was the largest rocky planet of the Saturnian system, whereas Ganymede was the largest rocky body of the Jupiter system, or the Jovian system, right? And Earth is substantially bigger than Ganymede, right? So I mean that would lead you to expect that
Saturn would have been larger than Jupiter.
prehistoric times, you know, before this blowout. Well, you'd asked about water and the flood, and the question of what about a dwarf star?
Yeah.
Basically, is watery, right, or involves water.
Mm-hmm.
You know, ancient literature says, believe it or not, that our own oceans were not salty prior to the flood. They claim that the salt in the oceans came from the flood.
Mm-hmm. And then you have the Dead Sea, which is very indicative of a massive salt dump right in that area during the flood or something.
Yeah. It's funny because there's no there's no source on this planet for the salt in the oceans, right? There's no place that you can go to on Earth where you can say, oh, gee, look at all this salt here. This must be where all the salt in the oceans come from.
Yes, yes.
Right.
All right, someone just said, there you go. I think we got it finally at the end of the show.
Are people getting to be happier with voice levels?
Yeah, I increased my audio prominence or something and by a 4,
right.
and that seems
What I'm
to
trying to do to keep from going crazy is just to have the earphone parts of the headset just away from my ears.
All right, start asking, guys. Let's ask questions. Like, try to take it one at a time. First question that comes up, I'll ask Ted. We got 15. Well, we actually got about 15 more minutes to be on, so it's the rest of the show belongs to you. If you want to ask questions, if not, Ted can just keep going. It's 10:43. I don't want to go over an hour with the first show because I want them to get better. Where did gold come from? That's what I would say. Yeah. He wants to know if it rained gold. Did gold come from Saturn, Ted?
Gold probably is created by electrical arcing.
Electrical
arcing. Gold is something which can be created by plasma physics phenomena. Gold and heavy metals. Okay, it's like most of the. I'll give you one sort of a problem. Most of the dating schemes that you read about, you know, for time periods beyond what you can get with radiocarbon dating, involve isotope ratios, you know, of heavy metals. But if you think about it, there shouldn't be any heavy metals near the surface of our Earth if you believe, you know, anything resembling standard theory as to how a planet would be formed. The heavy metals should all be near the center. You see, what that tells you is that the heavy metals that we find on or near the surface of the Earth either arrived here via impact events or were created here via these plasma physics phenomena, such as would have created the Grand Canyon, you know, where you have electrical arcing between two differentially charged bodies. You know, you get a planet like Mars too close to Earth, and you're going to get like arc discharge between the two planets, right? You're going to get, you know, the Grand Canyon itself is an electrical scar. It's not something created by water.
Right,
I mean,
right. Okay, Ria.
you've got layers of sediment, which you can see on the canyon walls, right? But those were laid down earlier, right? The canyon itself was not created by water. There isn't any giant pile of debris out where the Colorado River used to empty into the Pacific Ocean. The pile of debris is missing. It's like basically, the material from the canyon simply got vaporized and then blasted into space.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense to me. Ria wants to know, what do you think of the magnetic reversal and solar minimum?
I'm sorry, do what now?
30 more minutes, okay. What do you think of the magnetic reversal, the polar reversal, and the solar minimum?
Okay, I don't have a theory about the magnetic reversal now. What we're seeing now with this impending second, new little ice age is just a fluctuation in the way that a star operates, right? If a star was a thermonuclear engine, as they teach, then you would not have little ice ages.
Okay.
Right? I mean, it wouldn't exist.
Okay. So you don't think that
a little
flip
ice
is
able? Is
inevitable?
just a fluctuation in the way that a star operates,
Shockwave.
Depending on, which could be caused by, a periodic increase in strength of the Birkeland current, which powers the sun, or could be caused by the travel of the sun through regions of greater or lesser electrical potential difference from itself, right?
Okay.
Now, the major ice ages, like the Pleistocene, had cosmic causes. They will not recur.
Okay.
Okay. Troy's book goes into that, right? Troy's other book, which is called Saturn Death Cult.
You're not a cycle guy for Doomsday, then?
No, I don't believe in any of the cycle
Okay.
stuff that you read from other authors. I don't believe that anything which has happened to us in the past is cyclic in nature.
Okay. Shockwave wants to know, how do you explain the Purple Dawn and its time end of it being 12,900 years ago? Do you think that was the end of it? The whole polar alignment and everything that...
Okay, the Purple Dawn would have been the primordial condition of the Earth that would go, from the time that it ended until the beginning of the Earth. That was the primordial condition of the Earth.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, the creatures of the Purple Dawn all have the same kinds of huge eyes. Dinosaurs, hominids like the Neanderthal, remaining creatures from the Purple Dawn age. Yeah. Lemurs, tarsiers, bush babies, owls, owl monkeys.
When did
any number of things all have these same gigantic eyes, right? Yeah. Danny Vendramini's Neanderthal reconstructions are, they're tour de force, right? I mean, artwork, most of what you see, which talks about Neanderthals, describes them as being just slightly different humans, right? I mean, just people that are just a little bit different from one of us. I mean, over the last 70 or 80 years, the Neanderthal became a sort of a poster child for kumbaya pseudo-religion. Yeah. Okay, we're all just sort of alike, right? But you have to ask yourself what you would expect a creature with DNA, which is halfway between ours and that of a chimpanzee, to look like, right? For instance, like early human needles are common, right? Nobody's ever found a Neanderthal needle because a creature with a 6-inch long fur coat doesn't require needles, right? I mean, just don't need them.
Okay. All right. I just caught up with the crew here. Okay. Let's see what they're saying. Things were bigger.
I'm sorry. It's like the Purple Dawn came to an end with this golden age when Saturn flared and lit up for a period of time, and then eventually the whole Saturnian system was captured and absorbed by our present sun, and from that time, we've been living in proximity to a main sequence star. Most of the planets that you would find in the universe are probably going to be around dwarf stars. Again, I don't think that, a planet like Earth revolving around a main sequence star is probably not that common in the universe.
Where did we get our moon, Ted?
I'm sorry? Where
did we get the moon?
That I don't know. You see, now that's the kind of thing that John Cook has an easy time explaining. Right. I don't have much of a theory for that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
okay. Go ahead.
That's the kind of thing that bothers me about John Cook's writings. Like the flood occurred, like at 7:37 in the morning, you know, like a Friday, the 17th of June, minus
Yeah,
31.
yeah, right.
You know.
Well, there might be, you know, there could be a couple ways of figuring things out like that. If a certain celebration or
Right.
day fell on, then 3 days after that day, this happened. Well, then, yeah, I can see where they could say,
Right.
you know, this time and that day.
The
Maybe
most
could be
major thing
possible.
that separates Troy's and my version of a Saturn theory from the other
Yeah, I
versions
agree,
that you're
Chuck.
familiar with, the question of the Herbig-Haro string and the question of the form. You know, Troy and I believe that our whole system, including everything that we see now, formed up pretty much in one place, right? So that you don't have to explain how Saturn would have just somehow or other wandered into the sun system, starting from the depths of deep space, right? I mean, I don't regard that as possible.
Do you think it's possible the moon was deliberately placed where it is? Is it
That's
possible?
possible. Okay, it's like I wasn't there. You know, you'd need a time machine to answer that one.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. So, I mean, it's very, very plausible that we could have had a spacefaring civilization before in our past. There's no way we can prove it or disprove it. There's something funny
Right.
going
The
on in the
evidence that
South
we see on
Pole.
Mars indicates that you
Everybody
did
knows
have a
that.
spacefaring
At
civilization.
least
By the time you
should.
had humans living on Mars,
What?
they,
I think Ted just went bye-bye.
hang on.
Oh, I can hear you. You're still here. You sound like a little android.
Hang on.
What happened?
I don't know. Let me.
Oh boy,
What about
man,
now?
it's getting ugly again, Ted.
Let me
Okay,
hang up and call back
there
when
you
Scott.
are. There you are.
Better?
Are you there? Yeah, it's better.
Okay, don't ask me. I mean, I'm not a Skype expert. You're shooting at a moving target with Skype.
Yes, same here. I'm just trying to learn everything at the same time and bring a halfway decent show. That's why I wanted to keep it short, you know, so we didn't.
Are you getting any other questions from the audience?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Let's see. Back saved. Okay. We're going to go for a little bit longer. I see the north lit up. Thumbs up. Looking for a question. Thanks. This is awesome. From Zappa. Buried alive. Cliff hanging. Gold pounded flat. Very thin. Will show green light through it. When. Okay, that was the moon. Okay, yeah, no more. I'm not getting any questions. So, use the force. Well, I'll use the good.
Try not. Do. Or do not. There is no try.
Give me just
Let's
a
see,
second,
live
Greg. It's
stream,
like I'm
don't
getting some
stop.
kind of another YouTube type thing.
Birkeland currents can be used for space travel. Can Birkeland currents be used for space travel, Ted? I know that you're an enthusiast for the secret space program.
No, the answer is no.
Why?
Give me a second. There's the thing that you really want to be looking into for space travel is going to be what you call Biefeld-Brown propulsion, electrogravitic propulsion. Okay. Oh shoot! It's like on barefabrique.org.
Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Who has the most
share screen.
Who has the most interesting Saturn theory to you of all?
I think it's Troy McLachlan.
You believe in Troy that much, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's an intelligent young guy. I know that. I haven't read his
What I would
stuff yet.
suggest,
Fixing
look,
to.
what I would suggest
Mm-hmm.
is that what I would suggest is that you go to the YouTube channel for the Ganymede hypothesis, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know all
Can you
about
see
that.
this? Okay, my channel.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah. Can you see my screen now?
It's very little. Yeah, I see it, but it's very little. And no, yeah, there you go. Okay, it's big. Okay. All right.
Okay. Videos for the Ganymede hypothesis. Right. The one which says Ganymede hypothesis parts 1 and 2.
Okay, yeah, we watched that. That's a good one.
Going to be Troy McLachlan. This is going to give you Troy's and my version
You're going again. The thing
solar
with
system
Troy's, he doesn't really get very in depth with his time scale. That's what I would like to see more of. I noticed most of them. The only one that has really given us a time scale that I see so far is Velikovsky and Cook.
Yeah, and John
And
Cook,
the rest of them.
his time scales to me are just completely wrong.
There you are.
I would get rid of those. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting some kind of a thing which is like another. Let me see if I can find this and shut it off. It's like I'm getting another like a video which is going on in the background, which is talking about assault weapons and
Really? You're getting a video?
Politics. Yeah, you're not hearing that at all?
No. I'm not
Okay, I don't
hearing
know
it at
what's
all.
causing that. It's like there's some kind of an error on my system or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's been kind of freaky. Well, I think, let me see if they got any more questions or whatever. Yeah, we just need some practice. That's right. Yep.
All right. Any more questions or
any more questions, guys? Anything at all? Because we're going to be wrapping it up here. But
okay,
we're going to come back.
Okay, next go, Greg. I'd sort of like to get into this business of what it is that I don't like about the idea of Saturn just a Saturnian system just wandering into the neighborhood of our sun from deep space, right?
Yeah, well, go ahead. We can stand for a little longer. Get into it.
There are two ways you can shoot something, right? You can either shoot something with a weapon that has a sight on it, like a rifle, or you can shoot something with a shotgun, right? So you've either got something which is aimed, which would be like Ming the Merciless from Mongo aiming Saturn at our sun from, light years away, right? You'd have to have something very precisely aimed. Or you'd have to have some kind of, the other thing that you have for shooting things is a shotgun, right? Suppose you've got some kind of a giant cloud of Saturn-sized objects flying past our solar system, and one of those, just the law of averages says that one of those might get captured, right? Well, I mean, the problem with that is that would be like the thing that David Talbot would be talking about. The problem is, that it would have to be flying at less than the escape velocity from our system, right? And that says that this cloud of Saturn-sized objects would still be very close to us. It wouldn't have gone very far since that. If you're talking about 10,000 or 15,000 years ago, it would still be right out there in the sky, right? And our satellites would pick that up very easily. Yeah. Our optical satellites can see Proxima Centauri, right, which is 4 light years away. And something like I'm talking about it wouldn't even be 1 or 2 light years away, right? I mean, it would be right, it'd be right there in the near sky. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well.
Logically, what you would have to have for a Saturnian system to just wander into our, the neighborhood of our sun, it just that doesn't make any sense. Whereas when you start talking about, the whole system being originally created in a Herbig-Haro string, which is what you actually do see out there in the cosmos, then the whole thing works, right? You don't have to explain Saturn wandering in from deep space or getting, precisely aimed or anything like that, or about there needing to be some kind of like a cloud of Saturn-sized objects which are still visible, right, which are still close to us. All those kinds of requirements just go away. You see, that's the thing that I like, about Troy's and my version of this thing, which, I like a whole lot better. Now, there's one other version of this, of something like this, which I haven't really mentioned and gone over very much, right? If I can find it, it would be like Alfred de Grazia's version of a Saturn theory. That's the one other thing that somebody might want to talk about sooner or later, which was published around 1985.
I bought the book.
Okay, it might actually be more like the late 70s. I don't know, but it's like he was talking about an ancient system which consisted of the sun and then a very, very large dwarf star, which he called Super Uranus, right?
Super Saturn, yeah.
Super Saturn, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, which had been basically ejected just via like electrical fissioning from the sun. Mm-hmm. And then basically, he was talking about something like a double star system with a plasma physics tube connecting the two of them, and with us somewhere inside this plasma tube. Mm-hmm. Okay, the central fire, right?
Right.
But this was the best somebody could do with information that was available, like in the mid 70s, late 70s. Okay, whereas I think what Troy and I basically, I mean, we're not a whole lot smarter than Alfred de Grazia was. We've just got better information to work with.
Right, right. Yeah, I got that book, Solar Veneria, and I did see that. I have a couple of questions about Uranus. I know people say that I pronounce it wrong, but I mean, I don't know if it's Uranus, whatever you want to call it.
I
It's
don't
not.
know. Uranus,
But
right?
the
It's like,
question I have is that Saturn was said to have castrated or dethroned his father Uranus. So, I mean, there's got to be something there that we're not hearing, you know?
yeah, it's something that the ancients observed in the sky at some point, or is
Mhm.
some sort of a very old memory.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but to try to give precise explanations of these things, like I say,
Mhm.
we don't have precise pictures of all these things,
No,
right? We don't even know what a word like year would have meant, or day or month before the flood, right?
right.
We don't know what any of those things would have meant.
Yeah.
What we, like I say, John Cook tries to put precise dates on things happening, like back, long before Christ, before the flood even. And,
Yeah, he has a few tardy things to say about the Thunderbolts group too. I read from him.
yeah,
I mean, I just don't understand why he would even go there. But okay, I guess that's his prerogative.
like I say, the problem I have with the Thunderbolts group is that the three things which strike me as most interesting in these pictures are taboo subjects within the Thunderbolts group, right? I mean, Mars images,
Oh,
Ganymede,
I
then this
remember what I
question.
want.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to step on you. I have to blurt it out or I forget it. The one thing that I meant to ask you, and I keep forgetting, is about the jump in Jupiter scenario from the Nice model. Have you heard of this?
No.
On YouTube. It's by a young guy, and it's called the Jupiter Myth. I totally recommend watching it. It's in three parts. It's only 45 minutes, three 15-minute videos. And he crams so much information in them three 15-minute videos. It just amazes me.
I'll
Like
take a
just,
look.
yeah, oh, it's excellent. Yeah, and I'd like to hear what you think after you see it. As
Right.
far, like so far from me, from what I've seen, I like your theory because it involves the Herbig-Haro objects, all of them going
Hmm.
northerly direction, the sun catching up with the north and Jupiter. I mean, this could have been thousands of years in the making here, and the southern section slowly catching up. I mean, all of this I can piece together, I can comprehend it. You know what I mean?
Right.
For something to just wander in from, well, it would have to have been from the serpentine dwarf galaxy that's been getting eaten by the Milky Way for, they say, billions or millions of years, but we don't know. That I
Yeah.
just think the Herbig-Haro thing sounds more feasible, Ted. That's just what I think
The
right now.
Herbig-Haro string is something which we actually observe in the sky,
Yes,
in real life, right? I mean,
yes,
it's not a theory. It's
right,
it's a known phenomenon,
right, yeah,
right? And that
yeah,
that would explain, in other words, it's like, they still teach this gravity only cosmology in our schools.
hmm,
Gravity is by 40 orders of magnitude the weakest force in nature, and gravity does not have the power to form, stars or planets up from dust or from plasma, right? 99.9% of the mass of the universe is in plasma form.
hmm,
The one thing which really does have the power to form plasma up into much more solid objects are these electromagnetic pinch points, the electrical short circuiting that you get, where the pieces of a Birkeland current cross each other,
yeah, yeah,
right? And that's just
right,
what we see.
yeah,
We see, like Herbig-Haro strings, where you have like one of these twisted spirals of electrical currents,
yeah. Shockwave
Birkeland
says,
current, and you see bright spots, like where these the currents cross each other, where you have the short circuiting and the Z pinch effect.
where did you get that info?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was talking to Shockwave. He says your Herbig-Haro systems last for 100,000 years roughly, and then they coalesce into solar systems. That's exactly what I think, and I know that you agree with that too, and that's exactly part of your Ganymede. Yeah, well,
I had a picture like that sitting around here. Hang on.
yeah. I know the guy Mars Anomalies. He's actually got a few videos where he's showing these features on Ganymede, and he's making the claim that there's still people still live there. But I mean, I wouldn't laugh at anything like that because I've heard ridiculous things before that turned out. It sounds far fetched.
I don't like to try to make claims like that, which I can't really defend. Right? It wouldn't surprise me at all.
No, yeah. Well, I think that we should call it a show right now, and while we get our poop together for another one, and after I glean some feedback from my folks, I can write it down, and we can go for another shot, and I can maybe get it together a little better. Okay, Ted?
Okay, good enough. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Thanks so much for helping us out and explaining some things for us. I really appreciate what you did for us.
Okay.
All right,
I'll talk. I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, Ted. Thank you, sir. I'll talk to you soon. All right.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. With a scene above your heads that would be similar to this, is it any wonder that the ancients thought it was gigantic gods walking around? It doesn't take much of an imagination. Even today, if you saw something like that right above your heads, it would be tempting to personify it. All right, well, that'll do it. This was the recovered recording that I made just in case, and that's why I did it. I have a newfound respect for podcasters who can live stream and have everything come off like they expect it to. It's tough. I'm not talking about just throwing up one picture and having a phone conversation. I mean, the guys who do this podcast and stay current with pictures and everything like that, it's not easy, but we'll get it together. Thank you so much for your patience and support. I'll see you next time. Take care. I'm going to close out the show with this scene from the Cosmology Quest. I'll put a link in the description. I keep going back to this video because they just epicycle after epicycle for the Big Bang Theory. They just have so much gray area you don't know where you're at. With this clip that I'm about to show you, Tony Peratt shows exactly how easy it is and uncomplicated it is to have a galaxy out of plasma. You don't have to add dark stuff to make it work in a computer model. It just makes so much sense. It slaps you in the face with reality. It should, but it still doesn't. And that just, I don't know, it's just crazy to me. This is Tony Peratt and his plasma galaxy.
Simulation does is that it allows you to model the plasma regardless of size, put in the rather few basic initial equations, and then follow the simulation through its various nonlinear stages and the different morphologies or shapes that the plasma will take.
In Tony Peratt simulations, as the current spirals into the center of the galaxy, turns around and moves out along the axis of the galaxy. In that central area where the current is extremely concentrated, there seemed again the potential for violent events. And Alfvén and Peratt raised the question, couldn't this be a way of explaining the extremely violent events that occur in the center of galaxies that are known as quasars, in which huge amounts of energy are released in what, by astronomical terms, is a relatively small amount of time. That is, millions of years compared with the billions of years galaxies exist.
Initially, the time frames shown represent 1 billion years or so, but now we're going to carry it out for 10 billion years to see what happens to these double radio galaxies, or quasars, as the two filaments have evolved into. And you'll see that the tails start to elongate, and fairly soon you're going to start to see a spiral structure. And as we get closer to 10 billion years, the end of the movie, you will see that we have formed the shape, the morphology, the shape of a spiral galaxy.
That in searching for the causes of the great upheavals of the past, and in considering their effects, I became skeptical of the great theories concerning celestial motions that were formulated when the historical facts described here were not all known to science. The subject deserves to be discussed in detail and quantitatively. All that I would venture to say at this time and in this place is the following. The accepted celestial mechanics, notwithstanding the many calculations that have been carried out to many decimal places or verified by celestial motions, stands only if the sun, the source of light and warmth and other radiation produced by fusion and fission of atoms, is as a whole an electrical neutral body, and also if the planets in their usual orbits are neutral bodies. Fundamental principles in celestial mechanics, including the law of gravitation, must come into question if the sun possesses a charge sufficient to influence the planets in their gravitation, in their orbits, or comets in theirs. In the Newtonian celestial mechanics, based on the theory of gravitation, electricity and magnetism play no role. Emanuel Velikovsky, New York, 1950. Preface, 1965. First published in 1950, this book was left unchanged in all subsequent printing, nor have any textual changes been made in this paper-bound edition. This was so by design. I wish to keep the text in its original form in order that, unaltered, it should face all subsequent discovery in the fields it covers or touches upon. Should there have been changes, the reader of a new edition would be unable to judge to what extent a book heretical in 1950 could measure up to later developments. In 1950, it was generally assumed that the fundamentals of science were all known and that only details and decimals were left to fill in. In that same year, a cosmologist, certainly not of a conservative bent of mind, Fred Hoyle, wrote in the conclusion of his book, The Nature of the Universe, "It is likely that any astonishing new developments are lying in wait for us. It is possible that cosmology of 500 years hence will extend as far beyond our present beliefs as our cosmology goes beyond that of Newton." And he continued, "I doubt whether this will be so. I am prepared to believe that there will be many advances in the detailed understanding of matters that still baffle us. But by and large, I think that our present picture will turn out to bear an approximate resemblance to the cosmologies of the future." And he referred to the limitations of optical means in penetrating the depth of space. The years that have passed since the publication of Worlds in Collision have seen the first great achievements in radio astronomy, the discoveries of the International Geophysical Year, and the dawn of the space age. The picture has changed completely. Signs of recent violence, disruption, fragmentation have been observed on Earth and elsewhere in the solar system. A submarine, gigantic canyon that runs almost twice around the globe, a sign of global twist, a layer of ash of extraterrestrial origin underlying all oceans. Paleomagnetic evidence that the magnetic poles were suddenly, repeatedly reversed, and it is claimed the terrestrial axis with them. gases escaping on some craters on the moon, thought to be cold to its center, and exceedingly high surface heat on Venus. Furthermore, with the discovery of radio signals arriving from Jupiter of the existence of a magnetosphere surrounding the Earth, of the solar plasma, of the net charge on the Sun, and the magnetic field permeating the interdisciplinary field of space, decisive evidence has come up that the solar system and the universe in general are not electromagnetically sterile. A basic change in the understanding of the universe, its nature, and the forces active in it. The words found in the preface of the 1950 edition, designating the work as heresy, in realms where the names Newton and Darwin reign supreme, should no longer invoke a spontaneous rejection on the part of even the most conservative in science, unless it is a defense mechanism devised to protect an inner realization of incertitude. What, to the scientist, constitutes a really satisfactory sort of success for a theory? The answer lies largely in the words generally elegance, control, and prediction. As to generality, hardly anyone raised an objection. Possibly there was some elegance in the timing when these words were written in 1960, 10 years after the publication of my book, and the great opposition it provoked. Some of the mostly compelling data were radioed by the space vehicle Pioneer 5. I would like to relate here a few details about the control and prediction of two crucial tests, decisive for this book. Early in my work, I came to the understanding that Venus is a newcomer to the planetary family, that it had a stormy, if only short history, and that it must still be very hot and giving off heat. Further, that it must be surrounded by a very extensive envelope of hydrocarbon, petroleum, gases, and dust. Such claims were in total disagreement with what was known in 1946, when I completed the manuscript of the work, or in 1950 when it was published. To stress the crucial nature of these claims, they were put under the headings "The Gases of Venus" and "The Thermal Balance of Venus." Immediately preceding the section "The End." Should I be right in these claims, the entire chain of deductions, of which identification of the extraterrestrial agent of the paroxysm described is but the final ring, is strengthened. And, since these crucial claims were in flagrant discord with the accepted values, in case of confirmation they ought not to be denoted as lucky guesses. As late as 1959, Venus ground temperature was calculated to be only 17 degrees Celsius, 3 degrees above the mean annual temperature of the Earth. But by 1961, from the nature of the radio signals emitted by Venus, it was found that Venus ground temperature is about 315 degrees Celsius, or 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Dr. F.D. Drake of the National Radio Astronomy Observatory, responsible for this reading, wrote, "We would have expected a temperature only slightly greater than that of the Earth, and the find was a surprise in a field in which the fewest surprises were expected. There was admittingly no satisfactory explanation of such high temperature of Venus in the frame of the accepted notions. Greenhouse effect could not explain so high a temperature, nor could radioactivity decaying for billions of years. The Mariner 2, a space vehicle that passed Venus in December 1962, was instrumented to detect whether the heat is real and as high as 600 degrees. It found it real and a full 800 degrees. It found also that the night side of Venus, if anything, hotter than the day side, and that light does not penetrate the cloud cover. It must be gloomy and bleak under this cover. It is stated in the Mariner project by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, very little greenhouse effect could realize itself under such conditions. The other crucial test concerned the gaseous envelope of the planet In 1946, 4 years before the publication of this book, I directed a request and inquiry to Professor R. Wilt of Yale and the late Professor W.S. Adams of Mount Wilson and Palomar observatories, foremost authorities on the subject of planetary atmosphere. You know, I'm wondering if Halton R. knew about Velikovsky and what his thoughts were on him. That would be interesting, because Halton R. was at Palomar, right? Furthermost authorities on the subject of planetary atmosphere indicating that the presence of hydrocarbon gases and dust in the cloud envelope of Venus would constitute a crucial test for the cosmological concepts evolved from the study of historical sources. Wilt wrote on September 13, 1946, "The absorption spectrum of Venus' atmosphere cannot be interpreted as resulting from gaseous hydrocarbons." Adams answered September 9, 1946, "There is no evidence of the presence of hydrocarbon gas in the atmosphere of Venus." I must have been completely firm in my belief of not having made a wrong deduction, from the first premise of global catastrophe to the last one of identifying the agent, to have chosen to print in disregard of the expert opinions on the basis of this research. I assume that Venus must be rich in petroleum gases. On February 26, 1963, making known the results of the Mariner probe, Dr. Homer Newell of NASA announced that, in the judgment of those responsible for that part of the program, Venus is enshrouded in an envelope of hydrocarbon gases and dust, 15 miles thick, 45 miles above the ground of the planet. It was acknowledged as very puzzling that Venus should have such a massive atmosphere, a score of times heavier than the terrestrial atmosphere, that it should have taken the form of an envelope 45 miles above the surface of the planet, and that it should consist of heavy molecules of hydrocarbon gases and dust. It was also found that Venus rotates retrogradely, though very slowly, a sign of its having been disturbed in its motion in the past, or having been captured by the sun, or having originated in a way different from the other planets. At the time of the Mariner probe, 2 prominent members of the American scientific community, V. Bargmann, professor of physics, Princeton University, and Lloyd Motz, professor of astronomy, Columbia University, wrote a letter to Science, December 21, 1962, claiming for me the correct prediction of the great heat of Venus, of the radio noises from Jupiter, of the existence of a magnetosphere around the Earth. A paper, some additional examples of correct prognosis, written by me, was printed in the September 1963 issue of the American Behavioral Scientist. It contains a survey of various tests, confirmations, and supporting evidence. And that issue, sponsored by a group of eminent men in scholarship and public affairs, it has also told the story of reception or rejection of this book, coupled with efforts toward its suppression. It was actually successfully suppressed while in the hands of the first publisher, who had to give it up, though a #1 bestseller, under the exerted boycott of all this publisher's textbooks by certain groups organized for that purpose in some of the academic councils of the country. Some attempts were made to minimize the value of the crucial test claimed and confirmations obtained. A prominent astronomer wrote in December 1963 issue of Harper's, "As to the high temperature of Venus, hot is only a relative term. For example, liquid air is hot relative to liquid helium, whereas I claimed an incandescent state of Venus and a gaseous state of all hydrocarbons." Professor H. Hess, chairman of the Space Board of the National Academy of Sciences, volunteered to write me a letter for publication. Some of these predictions were said to be impossible when you made them. All of them were predicted long before proof that they were correct came to hand. Conversely, I do not know of any specific prediction you made that was since proven to be false. If my premises are wrong, and only by sheer chance did I obtain such a score, then the theorists of probabilities ought to find out the odds involved. If, as some friendlier skeptics assume, the score is due to an unusual gift of intuition, then I should be accused of sorcery, not only of heresy. However, if the story is a reconstruction of the events that took place and of logical implications of them, then the score is but a natural fallout from a single central idea, our Jurgens. Nevertheless, more efforts were made to disqualify this work, but hardly any astronomical argument of 1950 could be brought profitably against my book in 1964 without denying all the important discoveries of the intervening years. Therefore, attempts were made to evade all these issues and to switch the debate, actually a campaign of depreciation, to questioning my proper use of sources. When a journal printed for physicists serves its readers with philological arguments in Egyptology and commits the task to a journalist uninformed and rash in the mild appraisal of Professor Moses Macias and prints a vulgar display of ignorance and distortion, then it is as good as an admission that none of the physical arguments employed earlier could carry weight, and no new ones could be devised. It is about such tactics that the student paper, the Daily Princetonian, wrote editorially February 1964, while it could have been assumed that anyone challenging the basic premises of Newton and Darwin might be laying himself open to a certain amount of argument, the personal vituperation, deliberate misrepresentation of facts, offhand misquotations, efforts at suppression of the books containing the theories, and the denial of the right to rebut opponents in professional journals that Dr. Velikovsky encountered indicate that far more was going on than mere challenge to established ideas. What the Velikovsky affair made crystal clear is that the theories of science may be held not only for the truth they embody, but because of the vested interest they represent for those who hold them. The deplorable tactics of certain groups in the academia have not alienated the younger generation, and the historical and physical evidence accumulating with each passing year did not escape their sight, and conclusions were drawn. What was unbelievable and heretical in 1950 is making great inroads into the science that claimed dogmatic completeness and infallibility as recently as then. On the eve of the publication of Worlds in Collision, the Professor H. Butterfield wrote The Origin of Modern Science, 1949. But the supreme paradox of the scientific revolution is in the fact that things which we find it easy to instill into the boys at school, things which would strike us as the ordinary natural way of looking at the universe, defeated the greatest intellects for centuries. The author, 1965. Indeed. Preface 1950. Worlds in Collision is a book of wars in the celestial sphere that took place in historical time. In these wars, the planet Earth participated too. This book describes two acts of a great drama, one that occurred 34 to 35 centuries ago, in the middle of the second millennium before the present era. The other in the 8th and beginning of the 7th century, before the present era. 26 centuries ago, accordingly, this volume consists of two parts, preceded by a prologue. Harmony, or stability, in the celestial and terrestrial spheres, is the point of departure of the present-day concept of the world as expressed in the celestial mechanics of Newton and the theory of evolution of Darwin. If these two men of science are sacrosanct, this book is a heresy. However, modern physics of atoms and of the quantum theory describes dramatic changes in the microcosm, the atom, the prototype of the solar system. A theory, then, that envisages not dissimilar events in the macrocosm. The solar system brings the modern concepts of physics to the celestial sphere. This book is written for the instructed and uninstructed alike. No formula, no hieroglyphic will stand in the way of those who set out to read it. If occasionally historical evidence does not square with formulated laws, it should be remembered that a law is but a deduction from experience and experiment, and therefore laws must conform with historical facts, not the facts with laws. The reader is not asked to accept a theory without question. Rather, he is invited to consider for himself whether he is reading a book of fiction or nonfiction, whether he is reading is invention or historical fact. On one point alone, not necessarily decisive for the theory of cosmic catastrophism, I borrow credence. I use a synchronical scale of Egyptian and Hebrew histories, which is not orthodox. It was in the spring of 1940 that I came upon the idea that in the days of the Exodus, as evident from many passages of the Scriptures, there occurred a great physical catastrophe, and that such an event could serve in determining the time of the Exodus in Egyptian history, or in establishing a synchronical scale for the histories of the peoples concerned. Thus, I started Ages in Chaos, a reconstruction of the history of the ancient world from the middle of the second millennium, before the present era, to the advent of Alexander the Great. Already, in the fall of that same year, 1940, I felt that I had acquired an understanding of the real nature and extent of the catastrophe, and for 9 years I worked on both projects, the political and natural histories. Although Ages in Chaos was finished first in the order of publication, it will follow this work. Worlds in Collision comprises only the last 2 acts of the cosmic drama. A few earlier acts, one of them known as the Deluge, will be the subject of another volume of natural history. The historical cosmological story of this book is based on the evidence of historical texts of many peoples around the globe, on classical literature, on epics of northern races, on sacred books of the peoples of the Orient and Occident, on traditions and folklore of primitive peoples, on old astronomical inscriptions and charts, on archaeological finds, and also on geological and paleontological material. If cosmic upheavals occurred in the historical past, why does not the human race remember them? And why was it necessary to carry on research to find out about them? I discuss this problem in the section Collective Amnesia. The task I had to accomplish was not unlike that faced by a psychoanalyst who, out of disassociated memories and dreams, reconstructs a forgotten traumatic experience in the early life of an individual in an analytical experiment on mankind. Historical inscriptions and legendary motifs often play the same role as recollections, infantile memory, and dreams in the analysis of a personality. Can we, out of this polymorphous material, establish actual facts? We shall check one people against another, one inscription against another, epics against charts, geology against legends, until we are able to extract the historical facts. In a few cases, it is impossible to say with certainty whether a record or tradition refers to one or another catastrophe that took place through the ages. It is also probable that in some traditions, various elements from different ages are fused together. In the final analysis, however, it is not so essential to segregate definitively the records of single world catastrophes. More important, it seems, is to establish, 1, that there were physical upheavals of a global character in historical times, 2, that these catastrophes were caused by extraterrestrial agents, and 3, that these agents can be identified. There are many implications that follow from these conclusions. I refer to them in the epilogue so that I can omit reference to them here. A few readers went over this book in manuscript and made valuable suggestions and remarks in chronological order. Of their reading, they are Dr. Horace M. Callan, formerly Dean of Graduate Faculty of the New School for Social Research, New York; John J. O'Neill, Science Editor of the New York Herald Tribune; James Putnam, Associate Editor of the Macmillan Company; Clifton Fademan, literary critic and commentator, Gordon A. Atwater, chairman and curator of the Hayden Planetarium and the American Museum of Natural History, New York. The last two read the work at their own request after Mr. O'Neill had discussed it in an article in the Herald Tribune of August 11th, 1946. I am indebted to all of them, but I alone am responsible for content and form. Miss Marion Kuhn cleared the manuscript of grammatical weeds and helped in reading the proofs. Many an author has dedicated his book to his wife, or mentioned her in the preface. I've always felt this was somewhat ostentatious, but now that this work is being published, I feel I shall be most ungrateful if I fail to mention that my wife, Ella Shiva, spent almost as much time on it at our desk as I did. I dedicate this book to her. The years when ages in chaos and worlds in collision were written were years of a world catastrophe created by man. The years when ages in chaos and worlds in collision were written were years of a world catastrophe created by man, of war that was fought on land, on sea, and in the air. During the time man learned how to take apart a few of the bricks of which the universe is built, the atoms of uranium. If one day he should solve the problem of fission and fusion of the atoms of which the crust of the earth or the water or air are composed, he may by chance, by initiating a chain reaction, take this planet out of the struggle for survival among the members of the celestial sphere. New York, September 1949. The author, the author, the author, the author, the author, the author.
Chapter 1. In an Immense Universe. Quota pars apuris, tanti nobis commuter. Seneca. In an immense universe, a little globe revolves around a star. It is the third star in a row. Mercury, Venus, Earth, of the planetary family. It is of a solid core covered over most of its surface with liquid. It has a gaseous envelope. Living creatures fill the liquid. Other living creatures fly in the gas, and still others creep and walk upon the ground on the bottom of the gaseous ocean. Man, a being of erect stature, thinks himself the prince of creation. He felt like this long before he, by his own efforts, came to know how to fly on wings of metal around the globe. He felt godlike before he could talk to his fellow man on the other side of the globe. Today, he can see the microcosm in a drop of water, and the elements in the stars. He knows the laws governing the living cell and its chromosomes, and the laws governing the macrocosm of the sun, moon, planets, and stars. He assumes that gravitation keeps the planetary system together. Man and beast on their planet, the sea within its borders. For millions and millions of years, he maintains, the planets have rolled along on the same paths, and their moons around them, and man in these eons has arisen from a one-cell infusorium all the long way up the ladder to his status of Homo sapien. Is man's knowledge now nearly complete? Are only a few more steps necessary to conquer the universe? To extract the energy of the atom? Since these pages were written, this has already been done. To cure cancer, to control genetics, to communicate with other planets, and learn if they have living creatures too. Here begins Homo ignoramus.
He does not know what life is, or how it became to be, whether it originated from inorganic matter. He does not know whether other planets of this sun or of other suns have life on them, whether the forms of life there are like those around us, ourselves included. He does not know how this solar system came into being, although he has built up a few hypotheses around it. He knows only that the solar system was constructed billions of years ago. He does not know what this mysterious force of gravitation is that holds him and his fellow man on the other side of the planet, with their feet on the ground. Although he regards the phenomenon itself as the law of laws, he does not know what the earth looks like 5 miles under his feet.
He does not know how mountains came into existence, or what caused the emergence of the continents, although he builds hypotheses around these. Nor does he know from where oil came. Again, hypotheses. He does not know why, only a short time ago, a thick glacial sheet pressed upon most of Europe and North America, as he believes it did. Nor how palms could grow above the polar circle, nor how it came about that the same fauna fill the inner lakes of the Old and the New World. He does not know where the salt in the sea came from. Although man knows that he has lived on this planet for millions of years, he finds a recorded history of only a few thousand years, and even these few thousand years are not sufficiently well known. Why did the Bronze Age precede the Iron Age, even though iron is more widely distributed over the world, and its manufacture is simpler than that of the alloy of copper and tin? But what mechanical means were structures of immense blocks built on high mountains of the Andes? It is a mystery. Why did brass come before iron if iron is so much easier to make and stronger? What caused the legend of the flood to originate in all countries of the world? Is there any adequate meaning to the term antediluvian? From what experiences grew the eschatological pictures of the end of the world? In this work, of which the present book is the first, of these questions will be answered, but only at the cost of giving up certain notions now regarded as sacred laws in science. The millions of years of the present constitution of the solar system and the harmonious revolution of the Earth, with all their implication as regards to the theory of evolution. The celestial harmony. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The day consists of 24 hours. The year consists of 365 days, 5 hours, and 49 minutes. The moon circles the earth, changing its phases, crescent, full, decrescent. The terrestrial axis points in the direction of the polar star. After winter comes spring, then summer, then fall. These are common facts. Are they invariable laws? Must it be forever? Was it always so? The sun has 9 planets. Mercury has no satellites. Venus has no satellites. The Earth has the moon. Mars has 2 small trabants, mere pieces of rock, and one of them completes its month before Mars ends its day. Jupiter has 11 moons. This was back in the 1940s when he wrote this, the pre-space age. And 11 different kinds of months to count. Saturn has, Jupiter has 79 moons. Saturn has 82. That's the last current. Uranus has 5 moons here. That was what was known by science at the time. I'll just leave it at that. Neptune 1, Pluto none. The sun rotates in an easterly direction. All planets revolve in their orbits in the same direction, counterclockwise if seen from the north, around the sun. Most of their moons revolve counterclockwise in direct motion. But there are a few that revolve in the opposite direction, in retrograde motion. No orbit is an exact circle. There is no regularity to the eccentrical shapes of the planetary orbits. Each elliptical curve verges in a different direction. It is not known for certain, but it is assumed that Mercury permanently shows the same face to the sun, as our moon does with respect to the Earth. Information obtained by different methods of observation of Venus is contradictory. It is not known whether Venus rotates so slowly that its day equals its year, or so rapidly that the night side is never sufficiently cooled. Mars rotates in 24 hours, 37 minutes, 22.6 mean period, a period comparable to the terrestrial day. Jupiter, which in volume is 1,300 times larger than the Earth, completes a rotation in the short space of 9 hours and 50 minutes. It's spinning. What causes this variability? Is it not a law that planets should rotate, or have days and nights? Still less that its day and night must return every 24 hours. If Pluto rotates from east to west, it has the sun rising in the west. Uranus has the sun rising and setting neither in the east nor the west, so it is not a law that a planet of the solar system must rotate from west to east, and that the sun must rise in the east. The equator of the Earth is inclined to the plane of its ecliptic at an angle of 23.5 degrees. This causes the change of seasons during the annual revolution of the sun. The axes of the other planets point in other directions of seemingly deliberate choice. It is not a general law for all planets that winter must follow fall and summer is the spring. The axis of Uranus is placed almost in the plane of its orbit. For about 20 years, one of its polar regions is the hottest place on the planet. Then night gradually descends, and 20 years later, the other pole enters the tropics for an equal length of time. The moon has no atmosphere. It is not known whether Mercury has any atmosphere. Venus is covered with dense clouds, but not of water vapor. Mars has a transparent atmosphere, but almost without oxygen or water vapor. Its composition is unknown. Jupiter and Saturn have gaseous envelopes. It is not known whether they have solid cores. It is not a general law that a planet have an atmosphere or water. Mars is 0.15 the volume of the Earth. The next planet, Jupiter, is about 8,750 times as large as Mars. There is no regularity of or relation between the size of the planets and their position in the system. On Mars are seen canals and polar caps. On the Moon, craters. The Earth has reflecting oceans. Venus has brilliant clouds. Jupiter has belts and a red spot. Saturn has rings. The celestial harmony is composed of bodies different in size, different in form, different in the velocity of rotation, with differently directed axis of rotation, with different directions of rotation, with differently composed atmospheres, or without atmospheres, with a varying number of moons or without moons, and with satellites revolving in either direction. It appears then to be by chance that the Earth has a moon, that we have day and night, and that their combined length is equal to 24 hours. That we have a sequence of seasons. We have oceans and water, atmosphere and oxygen, and probably also that our planet is placed between Venus at our left and Mars at our right. The origin of the planetary system. All theories of the origin of the planetary system and the motive forces that sustain the motion of its members go back to the gravitational theory and the celestial mechanics of Newton. The sun attracts the planets, and if it were not for a second urge, they would fall into the sun. But each planet is impelled by its momentum to proceed in a direction away from the sun, and as a result, an orbit is formed. Similarly, a satellite or a moon is subject to an urge that drives it away from its primary. But the attraction of the primary bends the path on which the satellite would have proceeded if there had been no primary, if there had been no attraction between the bodies. And out of these urges, the satellite's orbit is traced. The inertia or persistence of motion implanted in planets and satellites was postulated by Newton, but he did not explain how or when the initial pull or push occurred. The theory of the origin of planetary system, which dominated the entire 19th century, was proposed by Swedenborg, the theologian, and Kant, the philosopher. It was put into scientific terms by Laplace, although not explored by him quantitatively, and in brief is as follows. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the sun was nebulous and very large, and had a form approaching that of a disk. This disk was as wide as the whole orbit of the furthest of the planets. It rotated around its center, owing to the process of compression caused by gravitation. A globular sun shaped itself in the center of the disk. Because of the rotating motion of the whole nebula, a centrifugal force was in action. Parts of matter, more on the periphery, resisted the attracting action directed toward the center and broke up into rings, which balled into globes. These were planets in the process of shaping. In other words, as a result of the shrinkage of the rotating sun, matter broke away and portions of this solar material developed into planets. The plane in which the planets revolve is the equatorial plane of the sun. This theory is now regarded as unsatisfactory. Three objections stand out above others. First, the velocity of the axial rotation of the sun, at the time the planetary system was built, could not have been sufficient to enable bands of matter to break away. But even if they had broken away, they would not have balled into globes. Second, the Laplace theory does not explain why planets have larger angular velocity of daily rotation and yearly revolution than the Sun could have imparted to them. Third, what made some of the satellites revolve retrogradely, or in a direction opposite to that most of the members of the solar system? It appears to be clearly established that whatever structure we assign to a primitive sun, a planetary system cannot come into being merely as the result of the sun's rotation. If a sun rotating alone in space is not able of itself to produce its family of planets and satellites, it becomes necessary to invoke the presence and assistance of some second body. This brings us at once to the tidal theory. The tidal theory, which in its earlier stage was called the planetesimal theory, assumes that a star passed close to the sun. An immense tide of matter arose from the sun in the direction of the passing star and was torn from the body of the sun, but remained in its domain, being the material out of which the planets were built. In the planetesimal theory, the mass that was torn out broke into small parts which solidified in space. Some were driven out of the solar system, and some fell back into the sun, but the rest moved around it because of its gravitational pull. Sweeping into elongated orbits around the sun, they conglomerated, rounded out their orbits as a result of mutual collisions, and grew to form planets and satellites around the planets. The tidal theory does not allow the matter torn from the sun to disperse first and reunite later. The tide broke into a few portions that rather quickly changed from gaseous fluid and then to the solid state. In support of this theory, it was indicated that such a tide, when broken into a number of drops, would probably build the largest drops out of its middle portion and the small drops from its beginning near the sun, and its end most remote from the sun. Actually, Mercury, nearest to the sun, is a small planet. Venus is larger, Earth a little larger than Venus. Jupiter is 320 times as large as the Earth in mass. Saturn is somewhat smaller than Jupiter. Uranus and Neptune, though large planets, are not as large as Jupiter and Saturn. Pluto is quite small as Mercury. The first difficulty of the tidal hypothesis lies in the very point adduced in its support, the mass of the planets. Between the Earth and Jupiter there revolves a small planet, Mars, a 10th part of the Earth in mass, where according to the scheme, a planet 10 to 50 times as large as the Earth should be expected. Again, Neptune is larger and not smaller than Uranus. Another difficulty is the allegedly rare chance of an encounter between two stars. One of the authors of the tidal theory gave this estimate of its probability. You remember the load of dust, the Burnham model? Two specks of dust, 4.5 miles apart, the sun and its nearest star. It's amazing when you look at it that way. At a rough estimate, we may suppose that a given star's chance of forming a planetary system is 1 in 5. That would be millions, billions, trillions, quadrillion. See how many sets of zeros? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of zeros. The 5 quadrillion years. But since the lifespan of a star is much shorter than this figure, only about 1 star in 100,000 can have formed a planetary system in the whole of its life. But we know that's not true now. In the galactic system of 100 million stars, planetary systems form at a rate of about 1 per 5 billion. Our own system, with the age of the order of 2 billion years, is probably the youngest system in the whole galactic system of stars. The nebular and tidal theories alike regard the planets as derivatives of the sun, and the satellites as derivatives of the planets. The problem of the origin of the moon can be regarded as disturbing to the tidal theory. Being smaller than the Earth, the moon completed earlier the process of cooling and shrinking, and the lunar volcanoes had already ceased to be active. It is calculated that the moon possesses a lighter specific weight than the Earth. It is assumed that the moon was produced from the superficial layers of the Earth's body, which are rich in light silicon, whereas the core of the Earth, the main portion of its body, is made of heavy metals, particularly iron. But this assumption postulates the origin of the moon as not simultaneous with the origin of the Earth. the Earth being formed out of a mass ejected from the Sun, had to undergo a process of leveling, which placed the heavy metals in the core and the silicon at the periphery, before the Moon parted from the Earth by a new tidal distortion. This would mean 2 consecutive tidal distortions in a system. The chance of even one is held extremely rare. If the passing of one star near another happens among 100 million stars once in 5 billion years, 2 occurrences like this for one and the same star seem quite incredible. Therefore, as no better explanation is available, the satellites are supposed to have been torn from the planets by the Sun's attraction on their first perihelion passage. When sweeping along on stretched orbits, the planets came close to the Sun. The circling of satellites around the planet also confronts existing cosmological theories with difficulties. Laplace built his theory on the origin of the solar system, on the assumption that all planets and satellites revolve in the same direction. He wrote that the axial rotation of the Sun and the orbital revolutions and axial rotations of the 6 planets, the Moon, the satellites, and the rings of Saturn present 43 movements, all in the same direction. One finds by the analysis of the probabilities that there are more than 4,000 billion chances to 1 that this arrangement is not the result of chance. This probability is considered higher than that of the reality of historical events, with regard to which no one would venture a doubt. He deduced that a common and primal cause directed the movements of the planets and satellites. Since the time of Laplace, no members of the solar system have been discovered. Now we know that though the majority of the satellites revolve in the same direction as the planets revolve, and the Sun rotates, the moons of Uranus revolve in a plane almost perpendicular to the orbital plane of their planet, and 3 of the 11 moons of Jupiter, 1 of the 9 moons of Saturn, and 1 moon of Neptune revolve retrogradely. These facts contradict the main argument of the Laplace theory. A rotating nebula could not produce satellites revolving in 2 directions. The tidal theory. In the tidal theory, the direction of the planet's movement depend on the star that passed. It passed in a plane of which the planets now revolve, and in a direction which determined their circling from west to east. But why should the satellites of Uranus revolve perpendicularly to that plane and some moons of Jupiter and Saturn in reverse directions? This, the tidal theory fails to explain. Birkeland currents. According to all existing theories, the angular velocity of the revolution of a satellite must be slower than the velocity of rotation of its parent. But the inner satellite of Mars revolves more rapidly than Mars rotates. Some of the difficulties that confront the nebular and tidal theories also confront another theory that has been proposed in recent years. According to it, the Sun is supposed to have been a member of a double star system. A passing star crushed the companion of the Sun, and out of its debris planets were formed. In further development of this hypothesis, it is maintained that the larger planets were built out of the debris, and the smaller ones, the so-called terrestrial planets, were formed from the larger ones by a process of cleavage. The birth of smaller solid planets out of the larger gaseous ones is conjectured in order to explain the difference in the relation of weight to the volume in the larger and smaller planets. But this theory is unable to explain the difference in the specific weights of the smaller planets and their satellites. By a process of cleavage, the Moon was born of the Earth. But since the specific weight of the Moon is greater than that of the larger planets and smaller than that of the Earth, it would seem to be more in accord with the theory that the Earth was born of the Moon, despite its smallness. This confuses the argument. The origin of the planets and their satellites remains unsolved. The theories not only contradict one another, but each of them bears within itself its own contradictions. If the Sun had been unattended by planets, its origin and evolution would have presented no difficulties.
The origin of the comets. The nebular and tidal theories endeavor to explain the origin of the solar system, but do not include the comets in their schemes. Comets are more numerous than planets. More than 60 comets are known to belong definitely to the solar system. These are the comets of short periods, less than 80 years. They revolve in stretched ellipses, and all but one do not go beyond the line marked by the orbit of Neptune. It is estimated that besides the comets of short periods, several 100,000 comets visit the solar system. However, it is not known for certain that they return periodically. They are seen presently at an approximate rate of 500 in a century, and are said to have an average period of tens of thousands of years. A few theories of the origin of comets have been proposed, but aside from one attempt to see in them planetesimals that did not receive a side pole sufficiently strong to bring them into circular orbits, no scheme has been developed that explains the origin of the solar system in its entirety, with its planets and comets. Yet no cosmic theory can persist which limits itself to the problem of either planets or comets exclusively. One theory sees in the comets errant cosmic bodies arriving from interstellar space. After approaching the Sun, they turn away on an open parabolic curve. But if they happen to pass close to one of the larger planets, they may be compelled to change their open curves to ellipses and become comets of short period. This is the theory of capture. Comets of long periods, or of no period, are dislodged from their paths to become short-period comets. What the origin of the long-period comets is remains an unanswered question. The short-period comets apparently have some relation to the larger planets. About 50 comets move between the Sun and the orbit of Jupiter. Their periods are under 9 years. 4 comets reach the orbit of Saturn. 2 comets revolve inside the circle described by Uranus, and 9 comets, with an average period of 71 years, move within the orbit of Neptune. These comprise the system of the short-period comets, as it is known at present. To the last group belongs Halley's Comet, which, among the comets of short periods, has the longest period of revolution, about 76 years. Then there is a great gap, after which there are comets that require thousands of years before they return to the Sun, if they return at all. The distribution of the short-period comets suggested the idea that they were captured by the large planets. This theory has for its support the direct observation that comets are disturbed on their path by planets. Another theory of comets supposes their origin to have been in the Sun, but in a manner unlike that conceived of in the tidal theory of the origin of planets. Mighty whirls on the surface of the Sun sweep ignited gases into great protuberances. These are observed daily. Matter is driven off from the Sun and returns to the Sun. It is calculated that if the velocity of the ejection were to exceed 384 miles per second, the speed of motion in a parabola, the matter would not return to the Sun, but would become a long-range comet. Then the path of the ejected mass might become perturbed as a result of its passage near one of the larger planets, and the comet would become one of a short period. Birth of a comet in this manner has never been observed, and the probability that matter in explosion may reach a speed of 384 miles per second is highly questionable. It was therefore supposed, alternatively, that millions of years ago, when the activity of their gaseous masses was more dynamic, the large planets expelled comets from their bodies. The speed required for the ejected mass to overcome the gravitational pull of the ejecting body is less in the case of the planets than in the case of the Sun, owing to their being smaller. Gravitational pull, it is calculated that a mass hurled from Jupiter at a speed of about 38 miles per second, or at only a little more than a third of this velocity in the case of Neptune, would become expelled. This variant of the theory neglects the question of the origin of the long-period comets. However, explanation was offered, according to which the large planets throw the comets that pass close to them from their short orbits into elongated ones, or even expel them entirely from the solar system. When passing close to the Sun, comets emit tails. It is assumed that the material of the tail does not return to the comet's head, but is dispersed in space. Consequently, the comets, as luminous bodies, must have a limited life. If Halley's Comet, or Halley's Comet, whichever you prefer, has pursued its present orbit since Precambrian times, it must have grown and lost 8 million tails. That's a long time, which seems improbable. If comets are wasted, their number in the solar system must permanently diminish, and no comet of short period could have preserved its tail since geological times. But as there are many luminous comets of short period, they must have been produced or acquired at some time when other members of the system, the planets and the satellites, were already in their places. A theory has been offered that once the solar system moved through a nebula and obtained its comets there, but that's just a surmise that could never be proven or disproven. Did the Sun emit planets by shrinkage, or by tide, or in comets by explosion? Did the comets come from interstellar space, and were they captured into the solar system by larger planets? Did the larger planets produce the smaller planets by cleavage? Or did they expel the short-period comets from their bodies? It is admitted that we cannot know the truth about the origin of the planetary and cometary systems billions of years ago. The problem of the origin and development of the solar system suffers from the label speculative. It is frequently said that as we were not there when the system was formed, we cannot legitimately arrive at any idea of how it was formed. The most we can do, it is believed, is to investigate one planet, the one under our feet, in order to learn its past, and then, by the deductive method, to apply results to other members of the solar system. End of chapter. I think that the comets, many of them could have been caused by the dynamic electric situation that existed when the planets were closer together. That's just what I think. Thanks for listening.
Well, I guess that will pretty much do it. I think I got it all in. This is the only one I didn't get in. Let's see. It's getting kind of late. You know, they're there, but they're muted. I'm not. You guys there? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I was pretty much done. I was gonna play that last one. You think I should, or you think I should quit now? What? Hey. So where you been, Nick?
I'm enjoying it, Greg.
Yeah? Okay.
Here, there, and everywhere, pal.
Yeah?
Someone walked up with my phone last Saturday.
What?
So I've had to stop. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can. Hey.
Yeah. Communication issues, that's all, Greg. I'm sorting out again.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's been going on? What have you been up to? You been doing good?
Well, not bad. I came down off the hillside with my dog. I had to come up and leave that place. So I'm just getting Christmas out of the way and deciding where I go next, really.
Right. Yeah, me too.
But yeah, great. I mean, I really, I do like the creativity intensity of script, to be honest. But I'm still fascinated with with the cycles, and I think there's a lot of information that could come out of these yet. To support, I think there are two systems that have emerged, to form our solar system. But I think they were on Saturn strings that kind of boiled together, as we see in that illustration.
Right. Now, did you say, Andy, that I had 2 live streams going? Is that right? Oh, wow, I didn't have to create a new one. Okay, because I can see on my live chat, I got 29 watching, and this one's only got 9. So, I guess. Yeah, do you think I should play the Princeton address, or should I just wrap it up? You guys want to listen to it, or? Okay, all right. Well, it's really good. This address is really good. He brings to light the fact that between the decade from 1895 to 1905, something like that, I think it was the most discoveries ever made. Anyways, so let's check it out. All right. I gotta find myself here. Where is it? Okay. All right. Definitely. Run. 1895 and 1950. I got bored a lot. The time was ripe for a heresy. 180. That's why you get all the effects and stuff like that. Pierre Simon. I get bored. 1749 to 1827. Then 23 years old. Stood before the Académie des Sciences in Paris and read a paper in which he proved the stability of the solar system. All deflections of the planets. This will be the last one. Are only periodic oscillations from their mean courses, and the celestial mechanism is wound up to go on forever. Laplace's contemporary, Jean-Baptiste de Lamarck,
1744 to 1829, set out to demonstrate in a series of works that this Earth has ever been a peaceful abode of evolution, free from spasmodic disturbances, in opposition to the dominant ways of his day. These ideas of harmony or stability in the celestial and terrestrial spheres gained ground in the 19th century and became the foundation of scientific thought. In 1846, Leverrier, by announcing the existence of the planet Neptune, which was immediately thereafter discovered in the part of the sky indicated by him, proved the gravitational theory of Newton and the orderly universe of Laplace to be correct. However, in the same year, by detecting the anomaly in the revolution of Mercury, always accumulating in one and the same direction, he threw the first doubt on the infallibility of these very laws. The theory of uniformity, as understood by Lamarck and Hutton, was developed by Lyell, became the cornerstone of Darwinian theory, and Darwin went so far as to say that anybody who was unconvinced by Lyell's teaching should refrain from reading The Origin of Species. The principle of uniformity, or the explanation of all past events in the history of the globe, and in terms of the processes in action in our own age, or the denial of catastrophic crisis in the past, gave Darwin what he needed most for his idea of the origin of species: almost unlimited time, in order that from the struggle for existence or competition new forms should evolve, and that an animal like the spider with its many legs and human beings should have had a common ancestor. Untold eons were necessary. By the end of the 19th century, the war between the theory of evolution and the theory of creation in 6 days, less than 6,000 years ago, was concluded with victory to the theory of evolution. The difficulty left was, in the view of Thomas Huxley, that no really new species had appeared on the world scene since the scientific observations were made. Not even the breeding experiments. The breeding experiments, just what would that be about?
Very interesting.
The geological record, however, spoke unequivocally of the fact, in the past, lived animal forms that do not live any longer. And of those forms that live in our age, many were not present in the geological past. Laplace's theory of the origin of the solar system, of a rotating nebula, was replaced by the end of the century with a theory of a catastrophic beginning in a near collision of the sun with another star, with debris forming the planets. Isn't that interesting? And what star was that other star? And where did that information come from? But it was stressed by the authors of this new theory that the universe is orderly, and this beginning in a cataclysm was an unusually rare occurrence in the cosmos, and that the solar system is governed by the principle of stability, as enunciated by Laplace, and the Earth by a law of uniformity, in the animals and plants by the law of evolution, through continuity. It appeared that basic principles having been established, science had before it only the work of refinement and observation, and in the addition of details for perfection of knowledge. But the time of basic discoveries was over. This was the outlook in 1895. In April of that year,
Fridtjof Nansen,
in an attempt to discover the North Pole, reached a point less than 4 degrees from it. The scientific world looked upon the discovery of the North Pole as the most coveted goal still left to be attained by science. But before Nansen, drifting from latitude 8614, reached his home in Norway, the scene changed. Conrad Röntgen of Würzburg discovered the X-rays, or cathode rays, that pass through opaque bodies. In the same year of 1895, 20-year-old Marconi, working at the home of his father near Bologna, made the first successful experiment with wireless transmission.
Okay, now I have read that he ripped off Tesla when he was his understudy, and that Bologna was notorious for having self-important
Tricksters and evildoers.
intellectuals there that were made fun of by a comedy troupe, and that's where the saying, "you're full of baloney," came from. That year, too, Sigmund Freud published his first paper, together with Joseph Breuer, which led to a new understanding of the realm known as the subconscious. And at the same time, Pavlov made his contribution to the psychology of the reflexes. Pavlov's dog. The next year, and still before Nansen had landed on the Norwegian coast, Henry Becquerel, working on uranium, discovered the phenomena of radioactivity. 2 years later, he was followed by the Curies, who discovered radium. In 1897, J.J. Thomson announced that the atom is divisible and is actually a microcosm. And he was followed by Rutherford. In 1900, Planck presented the theory of quanta, or energies dispatched in bundles or shots, and not in a continuous stream. And in the field of origin of species, in 1900, Van Vries announced mutations in plants, observed for the first time, a process of spontaneous changes in living nature fundamentally different from the process of evolution through continuity as postulated by Darwin. Thus, in a few years, in a spectacular series of discoveries, the entire world, matter and energy, and living species, and the human soul opened new horizons, and everything appeared to be incessant vibration, collisions, and transformation, the macrocosm, the microcosm, and even the subtle world of the mind, all alike. That's interesting. It's just like that today. And in 1905, Albert Einstein, then 26 years old, offered his understanding of the physical world, an understanding that required a new mental approach, or so it was thought, and single-handedly set science back 150 years. I've heard it said before that just prior to World War I, there was a major wake-up going on. That kind of makes you think about, World War I ruined everything. When it was over, and after the Spanish flu killed another 50 million people, Salvador Dali and Einstein emerged as a testimonial that the age of basic discoveries had not ended with the victory of Darwin over the book of Genesis. Since then, another 50 years have passed. Once more, as before, the end of the 19th century. We are told that the fundamentals are all known. The age of basic discoveries is definitely terminated, this time for certain, and present and future generations will have to satisfy themselves with detecting details, accumulating data, and adding decimals. And though the exciting decade of 1895 to 1905 threw light on processes in matter, life, and soul, processes that are certainly not inert and are marked by spontaneity and conflict, science in its various branches adjusted the new discoveries and ideas to the framework of the old great principle reigning equally in lifeless and living nature, the law of harmony and unperturbed stability. The time was ripe for heresy. In 1950, a book, Worlds in Collision, created an outburst of emotions almost unprecedented in science. I came upon the idea that traditions and legends and memories of generic origin can be treated in the same way in which we treat psychoanalysis. The early memories of a single individual. I spent 10 years on this work. I found that the collective memory of humankind spoke of a series of global catastrophes that occurred in historical times. I believe that I could even identify the exact times and the very agents of the great upheavals of the more recent past. The conclusions at which I arrived compelled me to cross the frontiers into various fields of science, archaeology, geology, and astronomy. The result was a book, a prolegomena. In its concluding pages, I conceded that more problems were raised than had been solved, and I promised always reckoning with the limitations of the individual scholar. to pursue my study into these fields too. But already the implications of the fact of great global catastrophes on the Earth, one of the celestial bodies in a time so recent, had caused my critics to assert, in the words of a Harvard astronomer, that here was the most amazing example of a shattering of accepted concepts on record. In the heat of the debate, in the press of the book, was pronounced one of the most significant books written since the invention of printing, and also the worst book since the invention of movable characters, believing that an emotional atmosphere is not well suited to fruitful debate.
Fascinating.
I have entered only infrequently into the controversy. I have made short factual corrections of statements by the Royal Astronomer and by J.B.S. Haldane, appearing in their reviews of my book, and I participated in a debate with your professor of astronomy, J.Q. Stewart, in the pages of Harper's Magazine, June 1951. I appeared before the American Philosophical Society, which, at its annual meeting in April 1952, held a symposium on some orthodoxies of modern science. My unorthodoxy being the chief subject on the agenda. Otherwise, I have kept myself out of the verbal conflict. Now, more than 3.5 years have passed since the publication of the book, and I appreciate the opportunity offered me by your invitation to present a dispassionate review of recent finds in the 3 fields named in the title of my address: Worlds in Collision and Recent Finds in Archaeology. In my book, I describe the great natural catastrophes of the 2nd and 1st millennia before the present era. Prominence is given to the description of the natural upheaval that occurred in the closing hours of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. I synchronized this event with the Exodus, when sea, land, and sky were in uproar.
The collective human memory retained in an inexhaustible array of recollections of a time when the world was in conflagration, when sea engulfed land, earth trembled, the celestial bodies were disturbed in their motions, meteorites fell. My narrative is based on historical texts of many peoples around the globe, and that is the key. Classical literature, on epics of northern races, on sacred books of the Orient and Occident, on traditions and the folklore of primitive peoples.
The question that arose was, where's the archaeological evidence? In later chapters of my book, I gave such evidence. Water clocks and sundials that show a different length of the day, or altered latitudes, change in orientation of ancient temples, which originally faced toward the east, but do so no longer. I also closely examined in my book the calendars of the civilized peoples of antiquity, from Mexico and Peru to Greece, Iran, Israel, Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, India, and China, and the calendar reforms that were made. All this material gave strong support to the literary evidence. Working independently of me, Professor Claude Schaefer, whose earlier excavations at Ras Shamara, Ugarit, caused a complete revolution in biblical exegesis, published a volume, Stratigraphie Comparie et Chronologie, G.D. Lycée Occidental, printed by Oxford University Press. In this very detailed and technical work, comprising together with tables almost 1,000 pages, Schaefer demonstrates that on several occasions, each marking the end of an epoch, the entire ancient East was shaken and devastated. Modern annals of seismology know nothing comparable in severity and extent. The most devastating of these upheavals took place at exactly the end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt, causing its downfall, as claimed in Worlds in Collision and Ages in Chaos. Cities were overturned. Epidemics left the dead piled in common graves. The pursuit of arts and commerce came to an abrupt end. Empires ceased to exist. Strata of earth dust and ashes, yards thick, covered the ruined city. In many places, the population was annihilated. In others, it was decimated. Settled living was replaced by nomadic existence. Climate changed. Claude Schaefer analyzed the archaeological finds of every place excavated from Troy to the Dardanelles, over all Asia Minor, Armenia, Caucasus, Persia, Syria, Cyprus, Palestine, to Egypt and Africa. He summarizes his extensive volume. Thus, our inquiry has demonstrated that these repeated crises, which opened and closed the principal periods of the third and second millennia, were not caused by the action of a man. Far from it, because compared with the vastness of these all-embracing crises and their profound effects, the exploits of conquerors would appear only insignificant. Schaefer's work sheds a new light on the conclusions at which Sir Arthur Evans arrived after many years of archaeological work on Crete. The island was shattered in violent catastrophes that were accompanied by fire, and in these upheavals the cultural and political ages of the Minoan kingdom went down. At the same time, the corresponding Egyptian ages were terminated. Troy III was destroyed, and its 50 feet thick fortress wall fell when the Middle Kingdom in Egypt fell. The volcano on the island of Thera exploded, and the most unimaginable fury. Recent archaeological work in the Indus Valley showed, too, that about -1500, and in advance of the Aryan invasion, cities with great walls were destroyed, and a flourishing civilization came to a sudden end. The synchronization of the Exodus with the end of the Middle Kingdom was also the starting point of a reconstruction of ancient history. From that point on to the advent of Alexander the Great, which took the form of a 2-volume work, Ages and Chaos, the first volume of which was published in the spring of 1952. The problem of the time of the Exodus in Egyptian history had never been solved. The papyrus of Ipuwer, the Naos of El Arish, I found descriptions of a natural upheaval very similar, sometimes identical, with the description in the book of Exodus. Following plagues, when the river was blood color, amid a hurricane and darkness of 7 days' duration. The Pharaoh and his host were drowned in a whirlpool at Pi Ka Karath, the same place where the Pharaoh of the Exodus was drowned. These parallels compelled me to fix an unorthodox date, collating the historical text of following generations for 1,200 years. I could establish numerous correlations between histories of Egypt and of Israel, which could not be accidental. My reconstruction demonstrated the Egyptian history and the histories of the nations which were written in harmony with it are set out of line with the historical past by about 600 to 700 years. Thus, in my works, have there been a starting point in the recognition that the Middle Kingdom in Egypt went down in a great natural catastrophe. The recent excavation in Jericho has confirmed the fact that the great walls of the city fell a few decades after the end of the Middle Kingdom. But at the time in which conventional chronology places the arrival of the Israelites under Joshua in Canaan, there was no city at Jericho and no walls to fall. According to Ages and Chaos, however, the Israelites came to the walls of Jericho 1 generation after the song. I had the song in my mind. I used to sing the song in church. And the walls came tumbling down. Brought back a memory. The Israelites came to the walls of Jericho 1 generation after the end of the Middle Kingdom, and the enigmatic hiatus of 600 years proves not to be real. I expect new evidence from the Minoan scripts, I was just talking about them, and the so-called Hittite pictographs. And the Hittites are the ones who said Neptune was the king of heaven. Text in the Minoan Linear B script. Yep. Were found years ago on Crete and in Mycene and in several other places on the Greek mainland. I believe that when the Minoan writings
unearthed in Mycenae are deciphered, they will be found to be Greek. Linear B has been found at one site, only in Crete. This was at the Palace of Knossos. It has been found in many sites in Greece, including Mycenae. However, it is now known to be an early form of Greek. The Phaistos disk is the only example of the third type of writing has ever been found. It is on a decorative disc found at the palace at Phaistos. It may not be Cretan. It may have come from Anatolia. Just for snicks, I thought I'd look it up, and lo and behold, chalk up another one for Dr. Velikovsky. I also claim that these texts are of a later date than generally believed. No Dark Age of 6 centuries duration intervened in Greece between the Mycenaean and the Ionian Age of the 7th century. Before long, new evidence will come from the so-called Hittite pictograph writings found in Asia Minor, Mesopotamia, and northern Syria. You know, I haven't heard a thing about them. Since the recent discovery of Karatepe in Asia Minor of bilingual inscriptions in ancient Hebrew and in pictographs, efforts at decipherment have entered a new stage. Before long, new evidence will come from so-called Hittite pictograph writings found in Asia Minor. Since the recent discovery of Karatepe in Asia Minor of bilingual inscriptions in ancient Hebrew and in pictographs, efforts at decipherment have entered a new stage. Today, the Hittite pictograph are already in the process of being read. In my reconstruction, I come to the conclusion that they are Chaldean signs, not Hittite. I also expect unequivocal evidence that these signs were used down to the last century before the present era. Owing to the confusion in conventional chronology, the Chaldean writings of the Neo-Babylonian Empire are ascribed to early centuries and an imaginary empire. W.F. Libby and his associates at the University of Chicago have developed the radiocarbon method of dating organic matter. Wood from under the foundation of the Hittite fortress of Alisar in Asia Minor turned out to be 700 to 800 years younger than conventional chronology would allow, thus giving a full support to my dating. Hittite history interwoven with Egyptian history of the New Kingdom cannot be shortened without at the same time shortening the history of Egypt. The age of pieces of wood from the tombs of the Old and Middle Kingdoms in Egypt also proved to be in harmony with my reconstruction. However, for the decisive period that of the New Kingdom, no radiocarbon analysis has been made. Arctic Ocean in the north and the Kalima in the east. In Worlds in Collision, page 329, I expressed my belief that human settlements would be discovered farther to the north on the Kalima or Lena rivers flowing into the Arctic Ocean. On the lower Lena, north of the confluence with Vili, inside the polar circle. Monuments are found of a characteristic culture. Outstanding finds were made near Lake Yolba, not far from Gigansk. As soon as the archaeologists started a methodic investigation of the area, in Yakutsk itself was found a workshop of an ancient metallurgist, in which, at the end of the second millennium, before the present era, he made bronze axes, similar to the axes manufactured about that time in the Near East and in Europe. In the Yakutsk taiga, 2.5 or 3,000 years ago, there already lived artisans in metals who were able to extract copper from ore, to melt it and pour it into forms, and to make axes, beautiful bronze tips for the spears, knives, and even swords. These relics of a civilization in the taiga of northwestern Siberia imply that the climate changed there in the age of advanced man. Before the ice froze the region, voracious members of the elephant family roamed there in large herds. Recent finds in geology
Archaeological evidence of continental upheavals in the second millennium having been presented in detail by Schaefer, the evidence of geology and paleontology called for elucidation. To this, I have dedicated a special work, now close to completion, and since it will be published before very long, I shall refer here only briefly to some of this material. A little over a decade ago, it was observed that in the gold-digging hydraulic giants in Fairbanks District in Alaska, sluicing out miles-long cuts opened great hecatombs of animals. Their numbers are appalling. The Bronze Age may have been well on its way in the centers of ancient civilization. Palms were found to have grown in northern Greenland, where now for half a year there is darkness, and it is permanently cold. At some time in the remote past, corals grew in Spitsbergen and sequoia forests in Alaska, and it was early understood that the terrestrial axis must have changed its position. Airy, Lord Kelvin, George Darwin, and many others, including Schiaparelli and Simon Newcomb, participated in a long debate on the astronomical and geological possibility of a sudden change in the direction of the terrestrial axis. A debate that was erroneously thought to have started as a consequence of worlds in collision. It was understood that such a change must have taken place unless the strange finds are to be left without explanation. The theory of drifting continents, offered as a substitute, was rejected for many reasons. Jeffrey showed that the mobile force invoked by Wagner is 100 billion times too small to move the continents. Eddington thought that possibly only the crust in its entirety moved, and the axis of the core was left unchanged in direction. But the mobile force he invoked, the tidal inequalities of lunar origin, would not have moved the latitudes out of their places, the directional pull being east to west. W.B. Wright, in his The Quaternary Ice Age, 2nd edition, 1937, says that during geological history there occurred many changes in the position of the climatic zones on the surface of the Earth, which cannot be explained except by a shifting of the axis or a displacement of the pole from its present position. But what could have brought about a change in the inclination of the terrestrial axis to the plane of the ecliptic? I discussed this question in the closing pages of Worlds in Collision and suggested the entrance of the Earth into a strong magnetic field. The newly developed science of paleomagnetism brought and daily continues to bring confirmation of the fact that lavas and igneous rocks in all parts of the world are reversely magnetized. But what is even more startling is to find that the reversely magnetized rocks are 100 times more strongly magnetized than the Earth's magnetic field could have caused them to be. H. Manley, in his review, writes, "It may seem strange that a rock which is made magnetic by the Earth's field should become so strongly magnetized compared to the generating force. This is one of the most astonishing problems of paleomagnetism." Manley also refers to the tests made years ago by G. Fulgemerator and P. L. Mercanton on the clay of ancient Etruscan vases. They were found to have been fired when the vases were closer to the south magnetic pole. Their position during the firing is known because of the flow of the glaze, and the magnetic dip or inclination of the clay is found. Manley writes, "This implies that in the 6th century BC, the Earth's magnetic field was reversed in the central Mediterranean area." He speaks also of a general reversal in historical times, 2,500 years ago, that must be cleared up by additional research. Knowing from my study of ancient literary sources the proper time of exogenous disturbances in terrestrial rotation, I suspected an inaccuracy in the last sentence
of an otherwise well-written article by Manley. The reversal must have occurred in the 8th century and again in the beginning of the 7th, minus 687. I was gratified to find in the original publication of Professor McLachlan, to whom I directed my inquiry, that the vases with reversed polarity date from the 8th century. I expect that, should the research be extended to vases dating from the end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt, circa 3,500 years ago, other periods of unnatural polarity would be determined in Egypt and elsewhere. Professor R. Daly of Harvard University found that 3,500 years ago, all over the world, the level of the ocean suddenly dropped. He thought it might be due to a sudden sinking of the crust, and in an authoritative work, Marine Geology, 1950, Professor P.H. Kuenen of the Netherlands finds that this recent shift is now well established. On observations in many places of the world, and he too assigns this catastrophic drop of the ocean level to 3,500 years ago. The recent expedition of the Oceanographic Institute at Gothenburg under H. Peterson, which covered the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, found, according to its leader, evidences of great catastrophes that have altered the face of the earth. He speaks of climatic catastrophes and of tectonic catastrophes that raised or lowered the ocean bottom hundreds, even thousands of feet, spreading huge tidal waves which destroyed plant and animal life on the coastal plains at many places. A lava bed of geologically recent origin was covered only by a thin veneer of sediment. He discovered that the Pacific and Indian Ocean beds consist largely of volcanic ash that had settled on the bottom after great volcanic explosions. He also found a large nickel content in the clay of the ocean bottoms, and decided that this abysmal nickel must have been of meteoric origin. Consequently, he concludes there were very heavy showers of meteors. The principal difficulty of this explanation is that it requires a rate of accretion of meteoric dust several hundred times greater than that which astronomers are presently prepared to admit. Professor Ewing of Columbia University carried on his investigation in the Atlantic. In 1949, he published his results and, like Peterson, found that lava spread only recently on the bottom of the ocean. He also came upon signs of land deep on the bottom of the ocean, and concluded either the land must have sunk 2 to 3 miles, or the sea must have been 2 or 3 miles lower than now. Either conclusion is startling. The pollen analysis made by various scientists of the bottom of the North Sea between Germany, England, Scotland, and Norway convinced researchers that this area, in its present shape, originated only very recently, in the subboreal, the date of 1500 before the present era often being selected. At that time there occurred a climasters. Once there had been a sea, then it was covered by debris carried from the mountains of Norway. Later, in a catastrophic advance, the North Sea was formed once more. Human artifacts have been found from the time when the North Sea was land. The investigation of the delta formation of the Bear River on the Alaskan border, very carefully made by Hansen, showed that at the present rate of sedimentation, the delta is estimated to be only 3,600 years old. A. de la Parent, the leading French geologist of the beginning of the century, calculated that since the time the Rhone Glacier started to melt, less than 3,000 years have passed. Modern research confirms that many of the alpine glaciers are less than 4,000 years old. Professor Flint of Yale refers to the redetermination of the age of the upper Great Gorge of Niagara Falls, and writes, 1947, the age of the upper Great Gorge is calculated as somewhat more than 4,000 years, and to obtain even this low figure, we have to assume that the rate of recession has been constant, although we know that discharge has in fact varied greatly during post-glacial times. Surnander and others demonstrated that in 1500 and again after minus 1800, Surnander and others demonstrated that in minus 1500 and again after minus 800, there occurred climatic catastrophes of global dimensions. These researches, unknown to me when I wrote Worlds in Collision, coincide completely with my conclusions and their dating. In both these periods, the lake dwellings in Switzerland, Germany, northern Italy, and also in Scandinavia were overwhelmed by high water catastrophes and abandoned, the first time for 4 centuries, the second time never to be rebuilt. H. Gams and R. Norhaden showed with very extensive documentation that at these 2 time dates, the lakes of Europe were tilted, and many of them, like Esse and Federsee, were emptied of all their water. The Isartal in the Bavarian Alps was violently torn out, and this in very recent times, and in the Entel in the Tyrol, the many changes of riverbeds were indicative of ground movements on a great scale. H. D. Terra of the Carnegie Institute and Peterson of Harvard came to the conclusion that the Himalayas in violent upheavals reached their present form and height in the age of man, partly even in the time of advanced man. The same conclusion is made concerning the Andes, where, too, the upheaval must have been catastrophic. In the age of man, the Andes rose many thousands of feet amid volcanic activity. In the hills of Montreal and New Hampshire and in Michigan, 500 and 600 feet above sea level, bones of whales have been found. In many places on the earth, in all continents, bones of sea animals and polar land animals and tropical animals have been found in great melees. So also in the Cumberland Cave in Maryland, and in the Chakotine Fissure in China, and in Germany and Denmark. Hippopotami and ostriches were found together with seals and reindeer. Wherever we turn our interest, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, and from sunrise to sunset, in the high mountains and in the deep seas, we find innumerable signs of great upheavals, ancient and recent. A circular meteoric crater, Chubb crater, was discovered in the summer of 1950 in northern Labrador. It covers an area of 4 square miles. It is much larger than the Arizona crater, which is 4/5 of a mile in diameter, 2/3 of a square mile in area, whereas the Arizona crater could accommodate 2 million people in its amphitheater. The Chubb crater could accommodate 12 million people. It must have been created by the impact of an asteroid, according to the published opinion of geological authorities. The asteroid must have fallen about 4,000 years ago. Following or shortly preceding the discovery of the Chubb crater, several other large meteoric craters were discovered in Australia, Arabia, and Mexico. The tens of thousands of oval formations on the Atlantic coast of the United States, especially in the Carolinas, some of them attaining a length of a few miles each, were conclusively identified in a monograph by W. F. Prouty, 1952, as having been caused by a fall of large meteorites. And finally, the largest crater formations situated in Quebec north of Sept Isles in Canada, and occupying an area of 680 square miles. This is under investigation as to its meteoric origin by a group of Mines Department scientists led by Dr. M.J.S. Innes. Of the many other new developments in the field of geology, I would stress some of the results obtained by the radiocarbon method, the time of the Ice Age,
is moved much closer to our time. Instead of 25,000 years as the terminal date of the last glacial period, it is shown that 10,000 or 11,000 years ago, the ice was still advancing. And even with this low dating, there remain puzzling exceptions. Among them, the finding of mastodons and mammoths in strata only 3,500 years old. Moreover, organic vestiges in the drift of the last glaciation have been found to be of a radiocarbon age pointing to a time 3,500 years ago. Radiocarbon analysis of oil has also shown that in the deposits of the Gulf of Mexico, the age of the oil is measured in thousands of years, not millions. This destroys the main arguments the geologists have raised against the theory of the exogenous origin of some deposits of oil. Worlds in Collision, page 53 and 58, and 369. Hydrocarbons have been identified in cometary tails by spectral analysis. Also, carbohydrates, edible products. But here we are already outside the domain of geology and in the realm of astronomy. Worlds in Collision and recent finds in astronomy. In the years when the manuscript of Worlds in Collision was in the hands of the Macmillan Company, accepted for publication, though not yet published, 1946 to 49, and in the years following, though not yet published, 1946 to 49, the zodiacal light, or the glow seen in the evening sky after sunset, stretching in the path of the sun and other planets, ecliptic, the mysterious origin of which has for a long time occupied the minds of astronomers, has been explained in recent years as the reflection of the solar light from the two rings of dust particles, one following the orbit of Venus, the other in orbit between Mars and Jupiter, places where, according to Worlds in Collision, collisions of planets and a comet took place. The origin of asteroids, or small planets, that circle between Jupiter and Mars, some of which cross the orbit of Mars, and even that of the Earth, has lately been explained as the result of the explosion of a planet, or more recently, 1950, as the result of a collision between two planets in an early age, Kuiper. N.T. of the Perkins Observatory offered anew in his own explanation of the origin of the asteroids. They are remnants of a gigantic prehistoric comet. F. Whipple, upon calculating the orbits of the asteroids, came to the conclusion, 1950, two collisions occurred between these bodies and a comet once 4,700 years ago, and the second time 1,500 years ago, or within historical times. These dates of collision in the solar system are of the same order as those offered in Worlds in Collision. Deduced there from historical evidence and testimony of C. Tombaugh, the discoverer of Pluto, explained, 1950. The dark areas and the canals of Mars are resulting from collisions of Mars with asteroids. According to Worlds in Collision, Mars was involved in repeated collisions with large cometary masses. Actually, in January 1950, an explosion observed on Mars was interpreted by Openick as a collision with an asteroid. Clouds of dust of continental dimensions rose and screened surface features of the planet. O. Sturvey of Yerkes Observatory reviewed the achievements of astronomy during 1950, wrote that, by a bizarre coincidence, in that year, a deluge of sound papers on collisions within the solar system followed on the heels of Worlds in Collision. There are two theories concerning the origin of lunar craters. Their size is enormous. Nothing comparable is known on Earth. According to one theory, these craters are the result of a collision of the Moon
very large meteorites of the size of asteroids. According to the other theory, they are volcanic formations. Both theories assumed very violent events in which the celestial body closest to the Earth was involved. In Worlds in Collision, I offered the following explanation of the lunar craters, as well as of the seas of lava and the rifts of the lunar surface. During the great catastrophes, when the moon, together with the terrestrial globe, passed through the fabric of a great comet, and again when in the 8th century before the present era, the Earth and the moon were strongly perturbed by Mars. The moon's surface flowed with lava and bubbled into great circular formations, which rapidly cooled off in the long lunar night, unprotected by an atmosphere from the coolness of cosmic spaces. In these cosmic collisions and near contacts, the surface of the moon was also marked by clefts and rifts. If the circular formations on the moon are these bubbles which collapsed, then probably there are smaller bubbles on the moon that have not yet burst. Dr. H. Percy Wilkins, the English selenographer, actually found over 40 unexploded bubbles or domes on the moon, several of which lie to the northeast of Copernicus crater. The largest of these is found within Darwin crater and is 20 miles in diameter. According to an article by F. Benario in Vega, 1953, I have expressed my opinion that many comets are of recent origin, and I have supported this view by reference to the frequency and luminosity of comets in the days of Imperial Rome in comparison to the number of comets visible to the unaided eye in the last centuries. This notion received vigorous confirmation in the extensive work on comets done in Soviet Russia by a leading authority on the subject, Professor S.K. Velikovsky. His research reveals that periodic comets, as observed during recent decades, are losing their luminosity and their matter at a rate so rapid that 50 or 60 revolutions suffice to degenerate a comet completely. Thus, the Halley comet can hardly go back beyond 3,500 years, or the year 1500 before the present era. In the last century, several comets with short periods have failed to return, having apparently lost all their matter, and a few others actually fell apart before the eyes of observers. The rapid decay of comets excludes the possibility that they have belonged to our solar system from the beginning, or from the time the planets were formed. The theory that sees in comets bodies that arrived from other solar systems has been generally abandoned. Velikovsky also shows why we must reject a theory of the capture of comets from a cloud of dust and gases through which our solar system presumably passed sometime in the past. He comes to the conclusion that the comets were born in eruptions from planets, even from satellites like our moon, where circular formations indicate violent events in the past. But the main activity must have taken place on Jupiter and Saturn, the major planets, as the form of orbits of the short-period comets suggest. This is a revival of the theory of R. Proctor, who 70 years ago ascribed the origin of the so-called Jovian family of comets, comprising the majority of comets of short periods, to eruptions from Jupiter. The gases of Jupiter and Saturn are in violent motion, despite their low temperatures, yet the velocity necessary for escape from the major planets is so great, 60 kilometers per second from Jupiter, that Velikovsky admits
not knowing the mechanism that could, in conditions presently prevailing on major planets, impart this velocity to the exploded matter. Nevertheless, Velikovsky insists that in the recent past conditions on these planets must have been such that this was possible, even if these conditions cannot be defined. He emphasizes that by casting off the exploded matter, planets must have changed their own masses and consequently their orbits. They must also have experienced recoils. And that's what I thought. Shedding matter while they're moving away. Yes, that would be acclimating their charge, wouldn't it? In the publications of the Kiev Observatory for 1953, Velikovsky says, "The history of the planetary system was characterized, we assume, by definitely more rapid changes and more active physical processes than appeared when only gravitational interrelations in the solar system were taken into account. All this is in complete harmony with the conclusions at which I arrived in Worlds in Collision. Concerning the time, a few thousand years ago, of the birth of comets, of short periods, and their origin by eruption from the planets, especially the major planets. There I also explained the forces or conditions that caused the major planets to eject the cometary masses. The near collision between major planets brought about the birth of comets. Now my claim, based on historical material, that the composition of the solar system was changed in historical times, is given the support of observation and calculation. The electromagnetic nature of the universe, deduced in Worlds in Collision from a series of historical phenomena, is supported by another series of recent observations. At Evans Signal Laboratory of the United States Army Signal Corps in Belmar, New Jersey, researchers conducting pioneer experiments on the reception of radar echoes from the moon detected noises coming from the sun. These noises point to discharges of strong potentials. In the fall of 1947, at the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Sir Edmund Appleton reported that radio noises coming from the sun coincide with solar flares. According to him, a sunspot is the most powerful ultra-short-wave radio station known, its power being much greater than 1,000,000 kilowatts. In 1948 and 49, Donald Menzel produced motion pictures of prominences or explosions of matter on the sun. They were made at the Solar Observatory in Climax, Colorado. What a name. The exposed matter rose at a very great speed to immense heights, all the time gaining in velocity, and then descended to the sun, not on a curved path as a missile would do, but by retreating on the path it covered, comparable to a missile reversing its direction and returning to its point of departure. Moreover, the velocity of its descent was without the acceleration expected in a fall, and this, too, was in violation of gravitational mechanics. It has been observed that when protuberances or surges of exploded matter on the sun run into one another, both of them recoil violently. Such observation was made by McMath and Sawyer, and on another occasion by Lyot. The conclusion drawn by E. Pettit of the Mount Wilson Observatory in 1951 is that solar protuberances are electrically charged. Above the protuberances, the coronal structure is often bent into the form of an arch, sometimes into several concentric arches. This is additional evidence of the electrical nature of the protuberances and corona.
In the configuration of the cometary nuclei and tails, there was found good evidence that all particles in the comet influence the motion of each other, and in the configuration of the streamers in the tails of many comets strongly indicate a mutual repulsion. Thus wrote Professor N.T. Velikovsky, director of the Perkins Observatory, 1951. It is also calculated that the repulsion of the tails of the comets by the Sun is 20,000 times stronger than the gravitational attraction. And the implication is that it cannot be caused by the pressure of light, as previously thought, and that electrical repulsion must be in action. From spectral analysis, it is known that the cometary tails do not shine merely by reflected light, and that their light is not caused by combustion either, but most probably is an electrical effect comparable to the effect of a Geissler tube. In order to explain the general magnetic field of the terrestrial globe, Dr. E.C. Bullard of Great Britain's National Physical Laboratory assumed electrical currents in the liquid metal core of the Earth. The polar lights have been explained by various scientists as electrical charges arriving from the Sun. Following disturbances on the Sun, there is an immediate disturbance in the ionosphere and radio transmission, ground currents, and the magnetic field of the Earth. There is also a second retarded but pronounced reaction about 25 hours later, and auroral displays. In 1948, Enrico Fermi explained the electromagnetically high charges of the cosmic rays as a result of the positive particles having traveled through magnetic fields in space. In 1951, Richmeyer and Teller followed an earlier idea of Swan, explained these charges as originating from the Sun. Protons and heavy nuclei could be accelerated to the enormous velocity of cosmic ray particles by an extended magnetic field of solar origin. Both theories assume the existence of magnetic fields in space. I could add to this that if the Earth is a negatively charged body, the great energy with which positive charges, the cosmic rays, rush toward the Earth is not in the least enigmatic. Holy crap. Kind of gives pause for those microbursts that one guy talks about. I mean, the Sun could probably sneeze half an Earth and send it our way, and it would immediately bury whatever it landed on. And maybe that's the reason oceans become mountains and mountains become oceans. Come to think of it, that's a scary thought. It would just be a matter of time. I hope those are giant spaceships shooting whatever comes out of the Sun. And you got all these billionaires talking about getting off planet. See, what do they know that we don't? Well, maybe we're learning. We are entering a magnetic fluff that we're going to be in for 10,000 years, as a matter of fact. It's in my next space show. Maybe I should read it now. Plus the Sun is at like an all-time minimum. Man, I'm gonna have to find out what Thunderbolts has to say about that. A negatively charged body attracts positive charges. At Mount Wilson Observatory, Harold Babcock determined, 1947, that some of the fixed stars possess general magnetic fields of great intensity. Babcock's the guy who fired Holden. One of the stars was found to reverse its polarity every 9 days, from plus 7,000 Gauss to minus 6,300 Gauss. This may be understood as a sign that the star is rotating, turning another pole to us every 9 days. The star shows no Zeeman effect in between. That is, when the observer is in the plane of the equatorial belt of the star, in the same position in which we are permanently in relation to our Sun. In 1952, the Royal Astronomer Sir Harold Spencer Jones estimated that magnetic properties were established in more than 100 stars.
and the number of identified magnetic stars is rapidly growing. So I have not heard of magnetic stars until just recently. Several years ago, Dr. J.S. Hall of the United States Naval Observatory and Dr. W. Hiltner of Yerkes Observatory, actually it's Yerkes, Wikipedia says to pronounce it that way, Yerkes Observatory found that the light from certain stars is strongly polarized. It was surmised that starlight must pass through particles of magnetized interstellar dust. The question raised was why the particles of dust should all be orientated in the same direction as their magnetic axis. However, if these clouds of dust are electrically charged and in motion, the common magnetic orientation of these particles is only natural. In 1950, W. Bade of Palomar and L. Spitzer of Princeton offered a theory of colliding galaxies. By November 1952, it was definitely spoken of as a titanic collision of two giant star clusters behind the constellation Cygnus, the swan, of the Milky Way. The fact of the big crash was substantiated by strong evidence. The radio noises coming from beyond the Milky Way and sifted through it. Galaxies, each as large as the Milky Way, with numberless stars, were riding one through another, colliding and sending out a terrible SOS through the universe in the form of anguished radio noises. These signals were interpreted by Bade and K. Minkowski as the reverberations of crashes on a galactic scale. After millions of years of traveling with the velocity of light, these signals reached our radio telescopes as clearly audible noises. They left the place of the catastrophe so long ago. Yet, because of the magnitude of galaxies, the collision is possibly still going on. The signals that are emitted today will reach our solar system when our sun may have already turned into a dwarf star and our planet into clouds of dust. No. Not only the fact of the collision of galaxies startled the astronomers, but even more the medium through which it became known. The colliding galaxies send electromagnetic signals, thus evidencing the electromagnetic structure of galaxies and of the very space of the universe. By August 1953, the statement was made that another celestial host of stars was charging on a rival galaxy in the direction of the sky where we see the Crab Nebula, and still another collision was going on behind the constellation Cassiopeia. In March 1951 issue of RCA Review, John H. Nelson of the Engineering Department of RCA Communications Incorporated, that's Radio Corporation of America, corporation or company, announced the results of several years of careful observations on the dependence of regular radio transmission on the position of planets in the solar system. He drew graphs and wrote, "It can be readily seen from these graphs that disturbed conditions show good correlation with planetary configurations. It is definitely shown that each of the 6 planets studied is effective in some configurations." The press reported evidence of a strange and unexplained correlation between the positions of Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars in their orbits around the Sun and the presence of violent electrical disturbances in the Earth's upper atmosphere seems to indicate that the planets and the Sun share in a cosmic electrical balance mechanism that extends 1 billion miles from the center of our solar system. Such an electrical balance is not accounted for in current astrophysical theories. Short-wave frequencies are disturbed when Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars line up, either in a straight line or at right angles to one another. Nelson emphasized that the phenomenon is not due to gravitational effect or tidal poles between planets and the Sun. Actually, the phenomenon indicates that the planets are electrically charged bodies. In this connection, the older theory of a direct but unexplained relation between the revolution of Jupiter and the sunspot cycle is seen in a new light. Also, the observation of Stetson of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology that the moon affects radio reception. It is twice as good when the moon is under the horizon as when it is overhead. Belongs in the same category as Nelson's observation of planetary influences on the ionosphere. Stetson thought this effect was caused by some radiation emanating from the moon. For a neutral moon could not produce the phenomenon. In 1953, the strange fact was established that the solar tides in the Earth's atmosphere are 16 times more powerful than the lunar tides in the atmosphere, a fact in complete conflict with the tidal theory, according to which the action of the moon on oceanic tides is several times more powerful than that of the Sun. The 50-fold discrepancy is still without an acceptable explanation. These are only a few of the recent discoveries that make a revision of the mechanistic concept of the universe quite mandatory. Make a revision of the mechanistic concept of the universe quite mandatory. That's something. You know, I've learned more just from reading this essay or speech than I have watching the last 10 or 15 mainstream programs. You just learn the same stuff over there. They would never tell us things like this. Exactly because of the accuracy achieved without reckoning with forces that appear to exist. Celestial mechanics, a solid work of great mathematical minds for almost 3 centuries, may seem even more in need of such revision. All this has little direct bearing on the story of Worlds in Collision, which claims only the effect to be expected if a magnetic body like the Earth should come very close to another magnetic body. It was my skepticism concerning the infallibility of the celestial mechanics, which assumes the celestial bodies to be electrically and magnetically sterile, that was the real cause of the emotional outburst. Let us think of a binary or double star. Both stars revolve around each other, or a common center. A half-revolution period of a few days, or only hours, is common. Let us assume that the stars of the binary are magnets, 7,000 Gauss strong. It is immediately obvious that even should the electrical component of the electromagnets be disregarded, these stars are not moving in a system purely mechanical. But this is enough to render the purely mechanical celestial system fallible, in respect also to single stars, and equally so to the Sun and its planets. In Jupiter and its moons, we have several not unlike the solar family. The planet is cold, yet its gases are in motion. It appears probable to me that it sends out radio noises, as do the Sun and the stars.
I suggest that this be investigated. Uranus is the only planet about which we know that for a considerable part of its revolution it turns one of its poles toward us. If the gases on Uranus are not in turbulent motion, but have a smooth reflecting surface, I would expect the solar light reflected from the polar regions of Uranus to be polarized. As is well known, light reflected from the poles of a magnet is polarized. It is generally thought that the magnetic field of the Earth does not sensitively reach to the moon, but there is a way to find out whether it does or not. The moon makes daily rocking movements. They found out that it does. Librations of latitude, some of which are explained by no theory. I suggest investigating whether these unaccounted librations are synchronized with the daily revolutions of the magnetic poles of the Earth around its geographical poles. C. Payne Gaposchkin of Harvard, who in the last years has written many long articles against the theory of worlds in collision, in which she asserted that the celestial bodies could not possibly possess electrostatic charges enough to produce any of the observed effects on the motion within the solar system, now makes, in the September 1953 issue of the Scientific American, this confession. 10 years ago, in our hypothesis of cosmic evolution, we were thinking in terms of gravitation and light pressure. Light pressure. That's almost ridiculous. Tomorrow, we may contemplate a galaxy that is essentially a gravitating turbulent electromagnet. There will be more concessions as time goes on. Our sun and its planets are not outside a galaxy. They are not unique or an exception in the plan of the universe. I like to tell this story. Once in the twilight hour, a visitor came to my study, a distinguished-looking gentleman. He brought me a manuscript dealing with celestial mechanics. This is my favorite one, after a glance at some of the pages, I had the feeling that this was the work of a mathematical genius. I entered into a conversation with my visitor and mentioned the name of James Clerk Maxwell. My guest asked, "Who is he?" Embarrassed, I answered, "You know, the scientist who gave a theoretical explanation of the experiments of Faraday."
"And who is Faraday?" inquired the stranger.
In growing embarrassment, I said, "Of course, the man who did the pioneer work in electromagnetism."
"And what is electromagnetism?"
asked the gentleman. "What is your name?" I inquired. He answered,
"Isaac Newton."
I awoke. On my knees was an open volume, Newton's Principia. This story is told to illustrate what I have said before. Would you listen to anybody discuss the mechanics of the spheres who does not know the elementary physical forces existing in nature? But this is the position adopted by astronomers, who acclaim as infallible a celestial mechanics conceived in the 1660s, in which electricity and magnetism play not the slightest role. In the fields of archaeology, geology, and astronomy, the last few years have brought a vast array of facts to corroborate the claim made in Worlds in Collision that there were physical upheavals of a global character in historical times, that these catastrophes were caused by extraterrestrial agents, and that the nature of these agents may be identified, although I arrived at results in conflict with orthodox beliefs. Yet recent years have disclosed new observations
and findings, all in support and none in refutation. What I want to impress upon you is that science today, as in the days of Newton, lies before us as a great uncharted ocean, and we have not yet sailed very far from the coast of ignorance. In the study of the human soul, we have learned only a few mechanisms of behavior as directed from the subconscious mind, but we do not know what thinking is or what memory is. And in biology, we do not know what life is. The age of basic discoveries is not yet at its end, and you are not latecomers, for whom no fundamentals are left to discover. As I see so many of you today, I visualize some of you 10 or 20 or 30 years from now as fortunate discoverers, those of you who possess inquisitive and challenging minds, the will to persist, and the urge to store knowledge. Don't be afraid to face facts, and never lose your ability to ask the question, why and how? Be in this like a child. Don't be afraid of ridicule. Think of the history of all the great discoveries. I quote Alfred North Whitehead. If you have had your attention directed to the novelties of thought in your own lifetime, you will have observed that almost all really new ideas have a certain aspect of foolishness when they are first produced. Therefore, dare, and should even the great ones of your age try to discourage you, think of the greatest scientist of antiquity, Archimedes, who jeered at the theory of Aristarchus, 25 years his senior, that the earth revolves around the sun. Untruth in science may live for centuries, and you may not see yourself vindicated. But dare. Don't persist in your idea if the facts are against it, but do persist if you see facts gathering on your side. It may be that even the strongest opposition, that of figures, will crumble before the facts. The greatest mathematician who ever walked on these shores, Simon Newcomb, proved in 1903 that a flying machine carrying a pilot is a mathematical impossibility. In the same year of 1903, the Wright brothers, without mathematics, but by a fact, proved him wrong. In religion, the great revelations and the great authorities, the founding fathers, belong to the past, and the older the authority, the greater it is. In science, unlike religion, the great revelations lie in the future. The coming generations are the authorities, and the pupil is greater than the master. If he has the gift to see things anew, all fruitful ideas have been conceived in the minds of the nonconformists, for whom the known was still unknown, and who often went back to begin where others passed by, sure of their way. The truth of today was the hearsay of yesterday. Imagination coupled with skepticism and an ability to wonder, if you possess these bountiful, nature will hand you some of the secrets out of her inexhaustible store. The pleasure you will experience in discovering truth will repay you for your work. Don't expect other compensation, because it may not come, yet dare. Excellent. Hear, hear. All those years ago, he gave this speech. It must have seemed that they were on the precipice of changing the paradigm, and it was just a matter of time. 60-some years later, with the same paradigm. Amazing.